Colleagues, chers collègues, il est mon devoir.
It is my duty to table on the desk pursuant to paragraph P2 on the Auditor General Act, a special report of the Auditor General of Canada.
Standing Order 1083G, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill 317, National Strategy on Flood and Drought Forecasting Act. In the name of Mr. Scarpaleggia. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. He has 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you because you are my member when I'm here in Ottawa, because I live in your riding of Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, climate change is real. It contributes to, we have to continue to reduce the impact of climate change that we are facing. My colleagues from Lexington bill aims to establish a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting. It is a member who has tabled this bill, and I would like to thank him for his commitment to this issue. And as we speak, we are conducting a study on water quality, respecting climate change and its effect on water, and we have heard from tens of witnesses that support the debate, and there are a lot of Quebecers that were present at committee, and I'd like to thank him for his bill and his participation in public debate with respect to environmental issues. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to claim a national, create a national registry in terms of what's happening with water, and establishes best practices across Canada that can be shared. Also, it explains what citizens can do to improve the situation. Essentially, that's it. So, Mr. Speaker, we agree with the principle of this bill because it is part of the federal government's work to coordinate the overall actions of provinces and to share best practices and to pool what can be done and how to do it. However, there are some challenges. We know that the current government is sometimes selfish when we have to share resources between what provinces can do and the federal government can do. We feel that there's some stepping on toes. We saw this with C-69 because the federal government gave it its right to veto hydroelectric project, for example, in Quebec, and this had never been done. So the federal government should not give itself veto for projects that were developed in the 50s and implemented in the 60s. If it had done this, we would not have the proper hydroelectric stations that we have now. So when this government proposes to coordinate actions, because it has to respect a jurisdiction, I'll give you an example. Last spring, we were all faced with the forest fires that burned across Canada. And in June, the member for Carleton committed to sharing the best practices to fight these forest fires. And this also involves bringing in Canadair, aircraft to fight forest fires. And these Canadair planes are a Canadian creation. It's part of our national pride. And we are recognized as being the best in these firefighting aircraft area. And this is why the leader of the official opposition last June suggested so we could have a better coordination when we had to fight these forest fires. Therefore, we have a concern with respect to this. And when it's a question of floods, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind everyone, for years, our party, the Conservative Party, likes to conserve. And during the election campaign of 2019, in our platform, we had a very dense and fulsome section on floods and water. in terms of water conservation, in fact. And I'd like to thank our former member, the member from Manitoba, Mr. Sopek, who had always fought for environmental causes and conservation and water conservation in particular. So we're very proud of this. For years, we have been aware of this issue, and we have to take care of it, but do so with cooperation. And this is where when we study this bill in committee, we'll ask very pointed questions. We need to know if it will lead to new spending, because we believe that right now the Canadian government has enough people to help to reduce the impact on the environment, and we have to work correctly in their various areas. And when we talk about sharing expertise and best practices, we don't have to hire new people. As a reminder, every time we spend $1 on the government is not spending $1. We're talking about taxpayers' money or money from companies or tax funds that are taken and then invested elsewhere. So this is why we're going to be very vigilant when we have to verify this situation, because every dollar that's spent, it's not coming from the government. It's money that comes from taxpayers' pockets or the pockets of from companies. So we have to be very cautious in this situation. I'd also like to remind everyone that for us, the environment is something that is capital, and we have to tackle climate changes. And I'd like to remind everyone that in last September, we held a national Congress with more than 2,500 people. And during this convention, the leader of our party pronounced a very important speech, and we call it the Quebec speech. He gave the major vision that we have set out, and when we form the next government, and it'll be up to Canadians to decide that. But during this speech, he focused on environmental issues, and our leader recognized, like everyone, that climate change is real and we have to adapt to it. And adapting means we have to have pragmatic approaches and not dogmatic ones. And you know what? The objective is to reduce pollution countrywide. And what does this mean, Mr. Speaker? This is a daily challenge.
Reducing, it's a never-ending story. We have a continuous debate, a continuous fight against emission and against pollution. But we have to reduce it by pragmatic actions, not dogmatic taxation. C'est pourquoi, Monsieur...
And this is why, Mr. Speaker, our leader has carefully established 3 pillars and everything that underpins them in terms of our environmental approach. First, we have to invest in new technologies to reduce pollution through tax incentives. We're aware that new technologies, the ones we're working on right now, are the key and the future in terms of pollution reduction. So we have to have tax incentives. And this doesn't mean subsidies en masse. No, we have to help people, give them tax breaks, those who know how to fight pollution and how to reduce it. We're not here in Ottawa to tell them what to do. No, we have to give them incentives to take action to reduce pollution through tax breaks to keep pollution down. Second, we have to greenlight green energy. We need green energy in Canada. We need more solar energy, wind, and we have to show greater openness to nuclear power as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to accelerate green processes and green energy. Third pillar, Mr. Speaker, it's developing Canada's full potential. In Canada, we have all the necessary expertise to reduce pollution. We have wonderful experts and extraordinary natural resources, and it is the envy of the world. So why, unfortunately, have we not developed our full potential? Last week, Mr. Speaker, I'll give you an example. HEC reported its annual statement on Quebec. We learned 2 things. First, fossil fuels in Quebec consumption rose by 7%. Also, 48% of the oil we consume in Quebec comes from the U.S. Mr. Speaker, I have nothing against Louisiana or Texas, but why do we send billions to the U.S. to buy oil, even though we produce our own oil? So that's what I mean by developing the full potential of Canada's natural resources and energy. Third, the cornerstone of these three pillars is working hand in hand with First Nations. Last March, the one person we would like to see Prime Minister, the member for Carleton, made a commitment with First Nations that just giving them a check this time is over. We have to create wealth. When something happens on your territory, they're going to be involved. We have to reconfirm, well, as we did last week in BC, that they'll be involved. The future belongs to those who are betting on high tech, on green energy, on Canadian potential to work hand in hand with the First Nations. And that is what our environmental plan involves. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon, Matisse, Matane, Matapedia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today to speak to Bill C-317. Why? Because floods obviously have always been part of our lives, but they are a growing part of it with the impact of climate change. True, in Quebec and the rest of Canada and even elsewhere in the world, they always come back every spring. It may cause some trauma for people who live this year after year in their municipalities. It's the case for Matapedia in my riding. For years, I'm not sure how many now, there has been a consultative committee with the mayor and people from public security, people from citizens also that are involved in the committee, and from Restigouche, who watch the rising of the waters every year. They have very interesting expertise to help prevent flooding, but unfortunately, they can't always do so. They can't always prevent the water levels from rising. So this is a growingly big issue for many municipalities. And what the Bureau of Canada Insurance says is that insurance costs from flooding have quadrupled in recent years in Canada, so we have to urgently take action to fight climate change. That's true. In Quebec, what we realize is that most people live near a hydrographic areas, and so more than 80% are exposed to floods. This is kind of the case across the country, and notably in my riding, where there are rivers, and there are also tides, high tides, and this contributes to the risk of flooding. Also, climate change upset is accentuating these floods and intensifying them, so we have to be ready. And this bill says that we need a national strategy to fight floods and droughts. It's not a bad idea. Of course, there are always many players that are working together, and they don't always talk to each other. So do we need better communication amongst the various players? I think yes. A strategy as such that would add bureaucracy, is it the right thing? Maybe not. So we have to really evaluate the needs of the various stakeholders, particularly the government of Quebec that established rather renewed its strategy in recent years. And it's somewhat interesting. Quebec knows the situation very well. It has been struck by major floods in 2017 and 2019. In 2017, dozens of municipalities were affected, and more than 15 municipalities were affected. And it was even worse in 2019, with more than 10,000 people in dozens of municipalities had to evacuate their homes. So we had to provide support and funding for these people who were affected by the floods. So did we benefit from these traumatic events to improve our strategy? That's what the government of Quebec seems to have done with its improved strategy in terms of maps of affected areas. In the Greater Montreal region, 40% of people who were polled did not know that they were living in a flood plain. So when we talk about regions, as it can be in communities near rivers, but there are flood risks in many municipalities. So that's the first step in terms of informing people And so local residents know that there are risks of floods and they have to be prepared. So as I said, this bill, while we do agree with the principle of it, we have to identify the issues and try to find solutions if there are issues. So if I look at the strategy that is already in place in Quebec, it's called the Protection Plan for Territories with respect to flooding, and there are 4 sustainable solutions to better protect or interventions. The first is cartography, mapping flooding areas, so we can analyze the risks of flooding in Quebec. And I was looking at this analysis that was done, and that was done by the government of Quebec. In spring of 2024, we realized that most people in Quebec will be facing bad news in terms of how they can protect their property from flooding. And cartography shows how that several municipalities will be at risk of floods in the coming days. And we know that climate change will be intensifying the risk of flooding. So we did this cartographic analysis, and we realized we also took account of recent events in Baie St. Paul in 2023, and we're already analyzing these situations to prepare for the future. So it seems rather interesting, this first aspect. And the second one is to react and create framework. We need a uniform approach in the case of flooding, and we have to set up protections. The third pole is planning, and intervening. So when we have to support the implementation of resiliency measures and adaptation measures. And the last aspect is knowing the situation and communicating the issues. So we have to support planning, acquire expertise on best practices, encourage development and maintain expertise with respect to flooding, improving access to information for various members of the public, and also inform people of flood risks. So we also set up vigilance so people can better tackle floods, particularly in terms of informing them when water levels are high. It's really important, as I said in the beginning, it's really important to inform people of the risks of flooding in the first stages, and that's a good thing. And communication, in my opinion, we talked about this communication in the fourth aspect. It has to be improved, of course. As I said, in the Matapédia municipality, every year there's a committee that sits and they try to watch what's happening and watch the rising water levels. And they also look at glacier melts. And the Canadian Coast Guard steps in. They go across Canada, they go elsewhere, and they have a lot of rivers and waterways to cover. And Matapédia is in one of the last places it gets to, so sometimes it gets there too late. So communicating with the Coast Guard, in my opinion, is also very important, whether it's the Quebec government or governments for other provinces that intervene directly with the federal government, particularly in terms of the Coast Guard, or local authorities that communicate directly with the Coast Guard. This seems to be fundamental in my view. Also, we need better funding and support for these national strategies. One question that's important to ask the experts, if they do testify at committee, would be to know what their needs are. What is the federal government not doing right now? And I think that better support for victims of floods is important, better funding as well. And these new maps from Quebec will show us what we can predict, what regions are truly at risk, unlike those who are just at average or low risk. So it would be false to say we didn't have any predictability in terms of flooding. Emergency funding plans that are set out by the federal government would be less applicable where in regions where flooding is predictable. So we may need recurrent funding for higher risk flood areas. That'd be something we could ask the experts. But of course, better funding of the Canadian Coast Guard as well is also part of the solution, possibly because we could have Canadair. Well, sometimes they get to my riding at the very end of their efforts, and sometimes they arrive too late in many cases. Last year, things went very smoothly. We avoid the worst, as we said, but there's less snow now than usual. Everyone realized that in Quebec, at least. So will this have a positive impact, perhaps? Or will there be less ice melting and the water levels won't be as high? But perhaps. But if we get more participation, well, we'll see. But we need proper mapping and good communication. I think this is the key. So I'd like to thank the member for tabling this bill, and I look forward to talking about it more with him. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that the NDP will be supporting this bill. It's clear when you look at the increasing climate incidents and the impact on the environment. It goes without saying that it's important to have more climate adaptation activities and more resources and more planning and more emergency preparedness. We've experienced this perhaps more in BC than in other provinces. When you look at what happened a few years ago with the heat wave that killed 600 people in the Greater Vancouver area, 60 people in my riding alone, Mr. Speaker. And after that intense heat caused damage all over our region, that was something that we'd never seen before in the history of BC or in the history of Canada even. There was water that was on the surface for several days, and it made it very hard for responders to emergencies. They simply were overwhelmed. We saw ambulance attendants who couldn't reach the calls that they were getting, or there was inadequate ventilation in places, and often seniors died after a few hours only in the sauna that was created in their buildings. Firefighters in New Westminster and Burnaby also tried to help the paramedics and hospitals and the ambulances. And what remains stuck in my memory, Mr. Speaker, is the people working in the firefighting and ambulance and police services who told me that if that intense heat dome had lasted just 24 hours longer, the number of deaths would have been multiplied. It would have been far more than 600 people. So our emergency system was on the brink of complete collapse. And we know that climate change and the impact of climate change is increasing. And last summer, we saw there were atmospheric rivers, and all roads were impassable, and the railways between BC and the rest of Canada. BC was completely cut off from the rest of Canada for quite a stretch of time. You had to go through the U.S. to get from BC to the rest of Canada. And we also see more and more strong winds, and that also does a lot of damage. So today, Mr. Speaker, we know that we're going to have to invent a new category of hurricane, Category 6, because the existing categories don't do it. The categories don't capture the full force of the hurricanes we're seeing nowadays. And it was a sad experience visiting New Orleans after that hurricane that killed 800 people in the New Orleans area. And people are still suffering even years after that hurricane. So all those realities are such that we're going to have to change our ways of doing things. This bill is one aspect, but Mr. Speaker, there's far more that Canada should be doing. And on this side of the House, among the NDP, we can see that this has to be made a priority. And the first bill, the first motion we tabled in this Parliament was motion number 1 on the importance of investing in clean energy and the green transition and public safety as well. We have to adapt to climate change, but even more importantly, we need to make sure that we're winning the battle against climate change. So for us in the NDP, this is an absolute priority. We've watched the Liberals drag their feet for years. They could do far more. They should do far more. But they keep subsidizing the oil patch and the CEOs instead of doing more to fight climate change. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives deny the very existence of climate change. And that really saddens me to see that they're unwilling to do anything, let alone do what's needed.
We've lived in British Columbia, the heat dome that killed 600 people across our region. Emergency services were on the verge of collapse. And what we've heard from firefighters and ambulance technicians as people literally died in the saunas that became their apartments, that if that crisis had lasted another 24, 48 hours, that we would have seen a collapse of our emergency services. This is why it is so important to reinforce public safety initiatives to ensure that we can respond to the incredible gravity of these incidences of climate change, these storms of climate change, all of which have such a dramatic impact. British Columbia has lived through 2 atmospheric rivers that have cut off British Columbia from the rest of Canada. Roads washed away, railway beds washed away, and the loss of life that comes with this. And Mr. Speaker, we've also seen the discussions around hurricanes and strong winds needing to move to a whole new category. There's some storms that we've never seen in the history of humanity. Now, Category 6 storms increasingly occurring. According to newspaper articles, there are at least 5 that go beyond the Category 5, which used to be the most severe hurricanes, to Category 6. This is why the NDP tabled as the first piece of legislation before this Parliament, motion number 1, the Green New Deal, where what we do is go beyond this well-intended private member's bill that we support to a whole range of government's actions, including cutting off the massive subsidies that go to oil and gas CEOs. We need to make sure that we are actually putting into place measures that are going to help our clean energy economy. And that means hundreds of thousands of jobs, but particularly in areas like Alberta and Saskatchewan where there are energy workers. Like clean energy investments are going to make a huge difference to the local economy. And yet we've seen a government that has refused to act beyond putting in place a few well-intended measures. We see the Conservative Party that simply denies climate change. What we need to have is a government that steps up and understands the important impacts of climate change and is willing to make the investments to help save this planet, Mr. Speaker. We've seen firsthand in British Columbia. I've seen firsthand in my riding with the 60 deaths after the heat dome in New Westminster, Burnaby. I've seen how the impacts of climate change are increasing year to year. And what we need to do as parliamentarians is stand together, go beyond this bill, and put in place measures that are going to fight climate change like it's a battle that we mean to win. And the wonderful thing, Mr. Speaker, is by making those investments in clean energy, Canada can become a clean energy powerhouse. It's vitally important that we do this. So the mitigation measures are important. Public safety measures are important. But what is most important, Mr. Speaker, is that we treat climate change with the severity that it has as an impact right across this country, in agricultural regions, in our cities, in our towns, in northern Canada. We are seeing firsthand the impacts of climate change. We need to leave a better planet to our children and our children's children, and the only way to do that is by a more comprehensive approach on climate change. That's why the NDP tabled the Green New Deal, and that's why we will continue to push for measures that will fight climate change in a meaningful way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor, as usual, to rise in the House of Commons to talk about a bill, this time Bill C-317, that directly affects my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? Well, because, as you know, in 2017 and 2019, there were historic floods that affected thousands of my constituents. And that forced people to leave their homes. Dozens of homes in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges were destroyed. It was a very serious and sad and severe situation. And that forced the government of Quebec to declare a state of emergency in my community. The Canadian Armed Forces pitched in, helped evacuate people from their homes. They filled sandbags. I organized, together with the mayors and elected officials in my region, we organized thousands of volunteers who helped fill sandbags, and other neighboring communities, Lac Saint-Louis, Pierrefonds-Dollard, they pitched in too. They came and helped us by filling sandbags. Even the Prime Minister of Canada came to our assistance with his kids and filled hundreds of sandbags, Mr. Speaker. That's where we clearly saw that climate change is real and has a major impact on our community and others like it all across the country, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I support this bill 100%. The bill tabled by my colleague from Lac Saint-Louis, and the purpose of this is to create a national strategy on flood and drought forecasting.
2017 and 2019. My community experienced two historic floods. They called them one-in-a-century floods. We had two of them in 3 years, Mr. Speaker. The impact on my community was significant and can't be understated. Hundreds of homes flooded. Hundreds of my constituents, families, children, parents, grandparents forced from their homes. The Canadian Armed Forces had to be called in to help evacuate those from their homes. They were literally washed away, Mr. Speaker, in the river. They had to come and help fill thousands of sandbags to help protect the homes from the rising water. These were people's lives. And all of us as elected officials seemed helpless. What could we do against the rising waters? We did our best. We woke up every morning. We had conference calls, myself, le préfet de la MRC, Monsieur Patrick Boussaise, les maires, les maires.
The mayors, the reeves, the city councils, we all worked together to meet the needs of our constituents, but it was hard.
When one of my constituents, Miss Joy, who lived in Terrasse-Vaudreuil, we showed up to help place sandbags around some of the homes. Her home had already been taken care of. She had built, her and her family and her friends, a 5-foot-high wall of sandbags. She had an island of dryness in a sea of water rising. And I remember while we were filling those sandbags and placing them on other homes, we heard a scream. And when we turned around, we understood why. One of the retaining walls that she had built, Mr. Speaker, was giving way. And we had watched, in a 30-second period of time, her house get completely destroyed by the water. We did our best. We ran over, Mr. Speaker, to try and put back those sandbags, but we couldn't do anything against the force of the rising and raging water. So this is an easy one for me, Mr. Speaker. To support this piece of legislation put forward by my friend and colleague from Lac St. Louis that looks to develop and put in place a national strategy to better predict and forecast droughts and floods, that's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer for my community, and when I look around this room, I'm hopeful that all colleagues will see this as a no-brainer, because this is something that truly and tangibly will serve Canadians all across the country. Whether you're a community like mine that has been impacted by record floods, whether you're a community in British Columbia that has seen the wildfires develop in record numbers and destroy thousands of homes because of record drought, Mr. Speaker. Whether you're an Atlantic Canadian that is seeing record storms and so forth go through your community. Whether you're in the Northwest Territories and you've seen the record wildfires destroy communities like we've never seen before. This is a piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that will help Canadians tangibly. C'est un projet de loi, Monsieur le Président.
This will add to the work that's already being done to deal with climate change. We're talking about investing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're investing in the green transition. We're investing in a more sustainable public transit system. We're investing in creating a sustainable economy, and that will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That will help achieve net zero by 2050, Mr. Speaker. But there are other pieces to the puzzle. There's other things we need to do to address climate change. We need to equip our cities, our municipalities, and our own communities. They need to know what's coming, Mr. Speaker. What's expected? What forecast do we have for droughts and flooding, Mr. Speaker?
Having that conference call with all the elected officials in my region, and all the decisions that we were making, Mr. Speaker, were based on the information that we were getting from Environment Canada and the forecast that we were getting from the government of Quebec. And we needed more information to make better decisions. And I remember that came to light very poignantly when the Trans-Canada Highway, right before the Ilotort Bridge in my community, which sees 90,000 cars and trucks a day pass over it, started to flood. And those were not included in the provisions that we had seen and the predictions that we had seen given to us by Environment Canada and the government of Quebec and all their resources. Mr. Speaker, it didn't happen, thankfully. We didn't have to shut down the Trans-Canada Highway, but we were within 6 to 10 feet of doing so. So, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this piece of legislation. I hope that all members of this House will support this legislation. I think it will do great things to help better equip members of Parliament and our elected officials at the provincial as well as municipal level to better respond to the needs of our communities, make sure that we can do better at keeping them safe. And that is one of our primary responsibilities here in this House, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to voting in favor of Bill C-317 when the time comes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak to Bill C-317, an act to establish a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting. I want to thank the member from Lac St. Louis for introducing this legislation and for advancing the important discussions on water management in Canada. The member from Lac St. Louis and I both share a passion for water. And it's been a pleasure to work with him and as the chair of the Standing Committee on the Environment, and as we are currently studying water. This is important because over the last 8 years, the government has neglected the subject of water in its environmental policy. As a lifelong farmer myself, and as a proud defender of the rural way of life, no environmental aspect is more important to me than water. There's an old saying that whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting over. I think that statement is a testament of the importance of these discussions. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Manitoban, and I can confidently say that Manitoba has been the most robust history of adaptation in Canada when it comes to excess water. This doesn't come by choice, but it comes out of necessity. Manitobans live on what was once Lake Agassiz. It is well known that the city of Winnipeg is located directly on a floodplain where the Red River and the Assiniboine River meet. No one expected the city of Winnipeg to relocate because of its location. Instead, adaptation and mitigation were prioritized. In the mid-1900s, the majority of Manitobans lived in the Red River Valley, with many residents residing directly on its floodplain. In 1950, the province was unprepared for a historic flood that displaced tens of thousands of Manitobans and damaged infrastructure throughout the province. Manitoba's great conservative premier, Duff Roblin, understood floodplains and the impacts flooding would continue to have if not addressed. Following this historic flood of 1950 and subsequent Royal Commission, Premier Roblin was responsible for developing one of the most successful environmental mitigation projects in Canadian history, the Red River Floodway. The Red River Floodway diverts water from flowing from the Red River around the city of Winnipeg. Not only was the Red River Floodway prevented more than $40 billion in flood damage to Winnipeg, but the project was also completed on time and under budget, a rare feat by governments today. The Red River Floodway was a monumental undertaking that led to the creation of the Porter's Diversion and the Shellmouth Dam and Reservoir. This big picture thinking enabled governments to successfully plan for consequences hundreds of kilometers away from Winnipeg. Not only was this project responsible for flood mitigation, but it was also responsible for drought adaptation because of its water storage component. I think that these projects are a true testament to what effective and practical environmental policy should look like. In a nation as large and diverse as Canada, mitigation and adaptation should be a focus of environmental policy. It is important to note that Bill C-317 will not directly build water mitigation and adaptation projects like the ones I mentioned, because the Bill C-317 is only a strategy. I believe we need to seek tangible and practical solutions, so I am hopeful that if passed, Bill C-317 will not result in more bureaucrats and consultants and instead advance solutions to water challenges Canada faces. Mr. Speaker, in 2011, Manitoba was once again caught off guard and experienced another historic flood. Local governments were forced to flood parts of their own community to prevent worse damages in different water basins. I remember the 20-foot walls of sandbags in the city of Brandon, Manitoba. The community was anxiously monitoring the forecast as they prayed for dikes to hold. Unfortunately, many of these lessons from dramatic flooding events are not learned until after the damage is done. Too often, all levels of government fail to focus on proactive and preventive flood management. Failing to plan is planning to fail. As a result, it's citizens who bear the economic and social costs. That's why it is important to be proactive in flood forecasting so communities can prepare for the most likely scenarios and mitigate those potential damages. There were many lessons learned from following the flood of 2011. One of the most significant lessons highlighted was the importance of collecting standardized data for flood forecasting. Following Manitoba's 2011 flood, it became very evident that there was a lot of data available regarding water and floodplains. Municipal, provincial, federal governments had their own data. Water basin organizations had their own data. Farmers and landowners had their own data. But all this data was gathered by different people in different ways with different formats. Water knows no boundaries. So it is critical. It's critically important that different water authorities are able to share standardized data so they can communicate with each other. Any national strategy must enable all jurisdictions to share the data in a standardized and understandable format to prepare and react to flooding. Any national strategy on water must also respect jurisdiction, something that has been absent under this government. The standardization of data is common sense and has the potential to save taxpayers money because it can reduce the administration needed to translate this information. And when we have more accurate data, it allows us to model the impacts of government policies more effectively. Mr. Speaker, this is an organization, and when we have more accurate data, it allows us to model the impacts that policies have more effectively. Aquanti specializes in predictive analytics simulation and forecasting of water resources. It's an amazing model that can forecast if it has enough accurate data points. They can analyze the impact of precipitation, including how much can be absorbed by the soil at various distances downstream. My point to mentioning the model is it needs a lot of accurate data to make these projections accurately, and it requires a standardization and data sharing from local governments. Mr. Speaker, another reason that my point on data is so important is because too often bureaucrats pretend to know the lay of the land better than those who work and live on the land. I know the sponsor of this bill understands the importance of local engagement, but too often the intent of legislation like this is ignored by bureaucrats far removed from the people. No one is better equipped to provide accurate information on water than the individuals who live and work on the landscape. Unfortunately, there are countless examples of government officials not listening to the people on the ground. I know that many farmers who have dealt with the government during times of flooding on their land. And it's all too common to hear about the bureaucrat advising the farmer where they expect the water will move, and the farmer advising the bureaucrat where the water will actually move. When the water begins to move, the farmer who has been farming the land his entire life is right, not the bureaucrat from some downtown office building. So, while Bill C-317 would mandate collaboration and consultation with various levels of government, I do fear that much of the consultation will neglect the people who understand the landscape the best. Hopefully, we can examine how to best include knowledge and landowners in the proposed national strategy at the Environment Committee. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I think that Bill C-317 has the potential to make a positive difference to the future of flood and drought management in Canada. Unfortunately, we won't be able to understand what will be in the strategy or whether the strategy will address the concerns I raised. If Bill C-317 becomes law, I am hopeful that any national strategy on this matter can be built from the ground up and not from the top-down approach in Ottawa. Water has not been given the attention it deserves for too long. So I'm thankful that Bill C-317 has enabled Parliament to discuss an issue that is so important to Canadians. As I said in my opening remarks, whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting over. I look forward to continuing to fight over water in a productive way so Canadians are better off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. She will have 8 minutes for her speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to rise to speak today. I would like to first greet the people of my riding and also thank my team, Jenny, Labine, Eric, Luca, all those who are holding the fort in my riding. Now, I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-17, an act to provide for the development of a national strategy on flood and drought prediction and to provide key stakeholders with the information that they need to forecast floods and droughts. This is a bill that affects me directly because a large portion of my riding was affected by forest fires in 2023. Year after year, more and more regions of Quebec and of Canada are falling victim to floods and droughts which lead to forest fires. And all this is caused by climate change. Climate change is on the rise around the world, so weather patterns are becoming more intense, more frequent, and more variable. Quebec has experienced many floods in recent decades. The socioeconomic costs associated with these floods have been rising steadily, and the same goes for forest fires. The stop-feu in Quebec describes the fires of the summer of 2023 as the most devastating ever. The drought of May 2023 was the spark that ignited all of these fires. A total of 4.5 million hectares of forest burned, including 1.1 million hectares in populated areas. The summer of 2023 had 30 times more fires than the annual average, including 48 large-scale fires of over 1,000 hectares, 30 times more than the annual average in Quebec. The annual average is usually 1.6 fires per season. A total of 2,360 forest fighters from across Canada and around the world came to give their colleagues a much-needed helping hand in Quebec. The community of Lebel-sur-Quévillon, back home in my riding, was the municipality hardest hit by the fires of summer 2023. This fire was the biggest. It was a giant conflagration of 19 fires that burned 480,000 hectares of forest. 5 years of forest harvest went up in smoke. Lebel-sur-Quévillon, the people there were evacuated. The whole population of the municipality was evacuated. For those who don't believe that forest fires are the result of climate change, well, I can tell them about it. I can tell them about the economic and social losses in my riding, the insecurity and fear of losing homes and possessions, the trauma of reliving fires, and the lack of compensation to support affected towns. The stress is still very present, and we are still waiting for financial assistance. I worked with people to help meet their needs in affected towns. I visited people around the riding during the fires from May through August. Flood and drought are natural phenomena that are amplified by climate change. Adapting to the impacts of climate change requires public authorities to mobilize science to guide public decision-making. This means making relevant information on meteorological events, including droughts and floods, accessible to the public. The Bloc Québécois is in favor of Bill C-317 in principle, but it will be necessary to demonstrate how the bill to develop a national strategy for flood and drought forecasting would improve current public action, since public authorities are already doing some of this work. In fact, we would like to take this opportunity of this debate to remind the House that Canada is not a national state whose population belongs to a single people. There is no single Canadian nation. Canada is a plurinational society, which includes the Canadian majority, the nation of Quebec, and Indigenous peoples. The use of the expressions national policy or national strategy is therefore always a little misleading. It's notorious that as a country, we can both in rhetoric set up diversity as the main value and have so little regard for the diversity of the nations that make up its people. That said, our party's main concern with Bill C-317 is its raison d'être. We wonder whether the bill's provisions are likely to have any positive effect whatsoever on public action. In particular, any effect on the ability of public authorities to plan and to implement adaptation to the impact of climate change. The preamble to Bill C-317 explains that the reason for creating this act is that, at present, flood and drought forecasts in Canada are made by the provinces without coordination among provinces and with limited technical support from the federal government. It is therefore relevant to look at the public actions already taken by the provinces to anticipate and prevent floods and droughts, in order to assess the extent to which support from the federal government would or would not be necessary. In Quebec, we have a land protection plan in the case of floods, and that presents sustainable solutions to better protect our living environments. As can be seen on the Quebec government website, the plan is based on 4 priority actions. Faced with the scale of the situation, the Quebec government took matters into its own hands. We have a minister's action group for land management in the case of floods, and that was mandated to draw up a government action plan for land use planning to ensure the safety of people and the protection of property in flood-prone areas of Quebec. In order to find sustainable and creative solutions to better protect our living environments from flooding, this ministerial action group worked with the municipal and scientific communities. 2 advisory groups were set up. One made up of representatives from the municipal sector and various relevant associations, and the other bringing together experts from various fields related to flood zone management and land use planning. Following several months of research and consultation, the two committees submitted their reports. The numerous recommendations made by the committees were taken into account in the work of the Ministerial Action Group. We also have the Vigilance application, as my colleague mentioned earlier. That app enables Quebecers to better prepare for flooding. It informs them of the flooding situation in Quebec's regions. The app is also used by municipal and government authorities to alert and mobilize emergency responders. Generally speaking, we can say that the Quebec government has the expertise necessary to protect its province and its population from floods. What's more, Quebec's water strategy is the result of extensive government reflection. It takes into account all past experiences. This Quebec strategy does not need the federal government's participation, which is not necessary in order for us to be able to protect the environment and manage Quebec's natural resources. That said, it's clear that Quebec already has a comprehensive flood prevention strategy and a comprehensive water strategy, and these strategies do not require federal government participation. Also, in Section 3.3, which defines the content of the future federal strategy, Point D will have to be amended to remove an unnecessary reference to a Canadian water agency, whose very existence is just as unnecessary as its reference in the bill, and which has no place because of the division of powers provided for in Canada's Constitution. In closing, Mr. Speaker, thank you. The last thing I want is to relive the awful forest fires we experienced in the summer of 2023 in Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Droit de réplique.
Right of reply. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to be able to close this debate on my bill. First, I'd like to say how impressed I've been by the quality of my colleagues' speeches made by colleagues of all parties in this House today. To reply to some comments made by my colleague, the member for Repentigny, toward the end of the first hour of debate, and also in response to a comment made by the member for Abitibi. What we're aiming for here is not a federal strategy. Far from it. We know that the responsibility for adaptation to climate change and to disasters and the responsibility for jurisdiction, we know that those are provincial responsibilities. We are not aiming for a federal strategy, rather a national one. What this means is that we would like to legislate through this bill toward better collaboration among provinces, the federal government, and Indigenous communities. My colleague mentioned these different groups. The member for Dauphin-Swan River mentioned this as well. People who are out on the ground, farmers, we want to work with all stakeholders. Specialists have been meeting informally, but according to the top subject matter expert when it comes to preventing floods and droughts, we do need some sort of coordination. Now, we must also remember that technology has come a long way. And I would like to confirm that Quebec is indeed one of the most advanced provinces when it comes to flood and drought forecasting. They have come a long, long way with technology in Quebec. But this doesn't mean that we shouldn't foster teamwork and collaboration. These days, with forecasting, with all the technological advances there have been when it comes to forecasting, we're no longer forecasting over small areas of land. Forecasting is done continent-wide over huge swaths of land. That's what's being done in Europe right now, for instance. So there does need to be cooperation, but not intrusion by the federal government.
Just to give you an example of the possibilities that we have with the proper degree of cooperation, the possibilities we have of doing accurate flood forecasting. I'd like to refer to, and this is Dr. Pomeroy, who I'm paraphrasing him, and in some cases quoting him directly. But in the summer heat wave of 2021, and I noticed that the member from Yukon is here. In the summer of 2021, Yukon experienced historical flooding along the Yukon River in Whitehorse. A pilot case flood forecast for the territorial government. It's a flood forecast that was coordinated by Global Water Futures, which is out of the University of Saskatchewan, was able to correctly predict the flood and show its cause, which was unprecedented glacier and snowmelt in the high mountain headwaters of the Yukon River in British Columbia. Now, the problem is Global Water Futures funding is being sunsetted, and so we won't have the funding that's necessary for this kind of endeavor. But we need more of these kinds of endeavors. And as Dr. Pomeroy has said, and I don't have much time to get into to quote him, but this exercise could not have been done by any one level of government alone. It had to be cooperative between the federal government, the Yukon government, and the universities, where the expertise really resides in this area. So it's not a question of public servants dictating anything to anybody. It's not the public servants that are going to be doing this work. It's the experts in the universities and in the provinces as well. So I really appreciate the quality of the speeches that I heard this morning, and I appreciate what seems to be all-party support for this bill. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time.
The question is as follows. Mr. Scarpelleggia, seconded by Mr. Maloney, proposes that Bill C-317 for National Strategy on Flood and Drought Forecasting Act be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee of the Environment and Sustainable Development. If a member participating in person would like the motion to be carried or carried on dissent, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person would like to ask for a recorded division, I would ask them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
I'd like a recorded vote, please, Mr. Speaker.
D'accord, conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, a vote by recorded division is deferred until Wednesday, February 14th, 2024, at the end of the period for oral questions. Orders of the day. Government order.
Government business, consideration of a motion, government business motion number 34, Proceedings on Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2.
Mr. Champagne for
Mr. Champagne for Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Poussin, moves that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to consider the subject matter of Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2, upon the adoption of this order, provided that, as part of this study, I, a minister be ordered to appear before the committee for 1 hour. Can I dispense with the reading of this motion? Okay. Debate.
L'honorable député.
Honorable member. Sorry. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
To the Government House.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak to what is a very important issue. This is the type of thing in which it is a very deeply personal and complex issue in which has had a great deal of debate for a number of years now inside the House. But that's not directly what it is that we're actually speaking to, but rather it's the motion that will enable the government to get the MAID issue resolved for the next couple of years, Madam Speaker, or next few years, I should say. And that is, it's a motion that will ensure that the legislation actually passes. And maybe just to give a little bit of a background on that, there is a time limit for us to ultimately get Bill C-62 passed in order to fulfill a commitment ultimately to our courts, Madam Speaker. And we want to keep, obviously, the law validated appropriately. So the motion that we have brought forward today actually allows for the House and ultimately provide some time for the Senate to ultimately pass and give royal assent before the House breaks in the month of March, Madam Speaker, for a couple of weeks. It, in essence, allows for a little bit more debate this week, where it will ultimately pass, and then it'll afford the Senate the following week after the break to be able to deal with the legislation and hopefully see it pass through the Senate without amendment, Madam Speaker. I think it's a very important thing to take place as much as possible, because then that enables the legislation to ultimately receive royal assent before the deadline. I know that there are some members that might be a little uncomfortable in terms of when we have a programming motion that we have before us today and the limitations that it puts on members and the importance of the subject matter in itself. It's one of the reasons why some members might recall last week I stood in my place and I made the suggestion by asking for unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to look at ways in which, for example, we would have been able to sit late in the evening, so that this way members would have had more opportunity to have a debate on this issue, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, we didn't get the unanimous consent. And as a direct result, we have to work within the time frame of what the House allows us to be able to ultimately sit, Madam Speaker. And as a result, one needed, in order to meet the deadline, to bring in a programming motion. And that's why it is that we have it before us. Now, you know, at the end of the day, I made reference to the very beginnings, when we started to talk about the issue of medical assistance in dying. It actually came up back in 2015, Madam Speaker. There was a Supreme Court of Canada decision on the Carter versus Canada that made it very clear that we as a government, Canadians, through the Charter of Rights, needed to have a made legislation. And that was decided midway through 2015, but no action was taken, Madam Speaker, knowing full well that we had to actually bring in a law in order to address what it is that the Supreme Court had put into place. We all know that there was an election that had taken place, and shortly after that election, it was made very clear that as a government, we needed to bring in the legislation, Madam Speaker. Now, there was an approach to the Supreme Court to take into consideration what had taken place over the last number of months that followed the Supreme Court decision, including an election, Madam Speaker. And the Supreme Court ultimately provided grace to the House of Commons so that we could, in fact, get the legislation that was necessary brought forward to the chamber and ultimately passed, Madam Speaker. And we did have to ask again for yet another extension back then, Madam Speaker. I don't think that surprised anyone. And from the day in which I can recall back in 2015, as I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you can recall, there was a great deal of discussion that had taken place. In fact, I suspect that if you were to take a look at the different pieces of legislation, today we call it Bill C-62. The original legislation, Madam Speaker, was, I believe it was C-14. We have had legislation in between that, Madam Speaker, that again the government had to bring into the House. And on occasion when government brings in legislation for debate, there is fairly extensive debate that takes place inside the chamber, but also in committees. And a lot of that debate I can remember quite vividly, quite frankly, Madam Speaker. The issue that the special committee that was put together in order to deal with the issue and provide some thoughts and recommendations and ideas to the chamber, Madam Speaker. And the members that got directly involved. There is no lack of interest or lack of input from the many different stakeholders of all different natures in every region of the country. Everyone had an opinion on the issue, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, the amount of dialogue that went into the legislation and the creation of MAID, I suspect, Madam Speaker, is probably greater than 90% of all other forms of legislation that come to the House. And we saw that in the passion of the debates that were being presented at the time. Members of Parliament on all sides of the House. It wasn't just Liberals or New Democrats or Conservatives or Bloc or even the leader of the Green Party at the time, where you could see the emotional toll of the debate itself. And that's why, I talk about it being of a very deep personal nature. It is a complex choice and decisions that have to be made in regards to this. And when I reflect on that debate, there were tears inside the chamber. There were all sorts of emotions as members tried to, in the best way they could, explain why it is that they were taking the position that they were taking on it. And different members voted for different reasons and so forth. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, C-14 ultimately passed. After many, many hours of debate inside and outside. And when I say outside, I even go further than just outside of standing committees. I know in terms of emails and correspondence and discussions that I've had on this issue, it was fairly intense. People were wanting to know in terms of how it is that I felt, as I'm sure all members of Parliament were questioned in terms of what it is that they had to say on the legislation. And I do have differing opinions than members across the way, and maybe even quite possibly within my own caucus. I genuinely believe that the need for MAID is there, and there is no question about that, Madam Speaker. But where I think I fall on the side that it seems to be acceptable, at least for a good percentage of the people that I represent, is that I have trust and confidence in our system. The system of healthcare professionals, social workers, and the supports that family members go to when it comes time to make difficult decisions. Whether it's another family member, a local pastor, or anyone else, Madam Speaker. And having that confidence has allowed me to feel comfortable as we have gone through this legislation virtually from day one. And there was a need for changes. When you bring in substantive legislation for the first time that is so profoundly impacting on the lives of Canadians, to expect that your legislation is going to be perfect and not require change, I think is somewhat naive. And that is, in fact, what had taken place. There was a need to make some changes to the legislation. And that is why, ultimately, we had the second go-around of the legislation. There has been a fairly wide spectrum of discussion on that second attempt. And through amendments, it was brought in what is today is relatively something that is being very challenging, and that is dealing with the sole condition being that of mental health, Madam Speaker. And that has, I know, stirred the emotions of a lot of members. And ultimately, when the legislation passed to allow for that to take place, Madam Speaker, there was a whole lot more resistance to it than there was in regards to C-14. Madam Speaker, it didn't surprise me because of the delicateness of the issue. But again, I fell back on to what I believe a vast majority of the constituents in which I represent are comfortable with. And that is what I made reference to in regards to the healthcare professionals and others, Madam Speaker. Because I am not a medical doctor. I don't understand to the same depth as the different professionals would, Madam Speaker. So as a direct result, I feel more comfortable in taking the position that I had taken and that the government had taken on the issue. But we also need to recognize the reality, where we have other jurisdictions that are now very much concerned about implementation, and to what degree are we actually ready to be able to implement the legislation that was actually passed. And I think that's really the crux of it. So that is why we have Bill C-62 today. What C-62 does is it allows for that ongoing exemption to continue. That enables the system, because the system is large and complex, to ensure that everything is ready so that when the legislation takes effect, that people are not going to be let down, and that we still meet the constitutional requirements. Remember, the amendment to the original legislation in part came from an appeal court in the province of Quebec, which obligated members of the House to bring forward other legislation. I know my friend opposite from the Conservative Party says, well, no, we had a choice. We could have appealed that decision to the Supreme Court of Canada. And as a number of them said, yeah, we could have done that. We could have attempted to kick the can down the road. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, it was a decision that was made and supported by a majority of members of Parliament inside the House. Because even though, Madam Speaker, we have a majority when it came to C14, members know full well that there's members from all sides that supported it. But today we have, in a minority situation, the only way in which we can pass through legislation is if we have the support of other political entities inside the chamber, Madam Speaker. I would like to think that if you take a look in terms of what it is that we have learned through this process, that it has enabled us to even take a look at other things that we've been able to do directly. You know, during many hours of the debates, people talked about the issue of palliative care, hospice care, and the lack of that type of care being provided to the people of Canada, Madam Speaker. It is a genuine concern that has been there for many, many years. And when I say many years, we're probably talking a good 20 plus years where we need to see more being invested in hospice and palliative care. Far too often we see individuals that get paneled in our hospitals because there is no place for them to go outside of the hospital, Madam Speaker. And then when you take a look in terms of the pandemic and what had taken place during the pandemic, where we saw care facilities, and often, care facilities that virtually had to not shut down, but close the doors to people from the outside to protect those that were on the inside, and those that were on the inside often were dying, I would suggest to you, prematurely, Madam Speaker. And we know that. We know that as fact. We had organizations, whether it was the Forces, Canadian Forces, the Red Cross, that got involved. But if you take a look at the bigger picture, the holistic picture, Madam Speaker, are we collectively, and when I say collectively, contrary to what some might say, it's not just Ottawa. Are we collectively doing enough to be able to deal with some of these social issues that Canadians have a high standard on and want politicians of all political stripes, of all levels of government, to vest more resources? And by resources, I'm not just talking money, Madam Speaker. Time, debate. There are better ways in which we could probably be spending some of the money that we see spent in areas such as healthcare, social services, and so forth. If one takes a look in terms of the process of someone that might first and foremost end up being into a hospital situation, and while being in the hospital, Madam Speaker, they find out that things are not good. That at the end of the day, their life is going to be coming to an end in a relatively short time span. One of the things that happens is the hospital can only provide so much in terms of treatment. And then for those jurisdictions, because it is not consistent, it's not even consistent within a province, let alone a nation, Madam Speaker, where you'll see that individual being kept in the hospital because there's not enough supports in that home atmosphere. There's no other place for that individual to go. So often, far too often, they become paneled into a hospital facility in one form or another, Madam Speaker. I believe that the debates that we've seen on MAID amplified that. And I think these are the types of discussions and debates that we should be having not only here in Ottawa, but we should be also having in our communities and at the different legislatures. And quite frankly, there are some fairly significant stakeholders out there that also have to play a role. Nonprofit organizations. And that's what I can recall in regards to some of the discussions that we have been having over the years in regards to MAID legislation. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as I pointed out, the original thoughts in regards to MAID and the need for us to bring in legislation and the types of debates that we saw then, contrast that to today, where it is becoming more of a politicized issue, where politics seems to be more important than the issue itself in some ways, Madam Speaker. And that's why when I talked at the very beginning, I made reference to the fact that it's not a good thing that we had to bring in a programming motion, but it is an important thing that we do it today because we were not successful at being able to get the consensus that was required to be able to sit longer and to allow for a consensus as to how the legislation would have been able to pass through the system, Madam Speaker. But we still have opportunities. You know, the motion talks about going to the Standing Committee of Health as a subject matter. So when this motion passes, the motion enables the Standing Committee of Health to actually, with first priority in terms of resources of the House, to be able to get together. A minister will, in fact, be there for a good hour. There will be an opportunity to have a few other witnesses, Madam Speaker. But it will ultimately have to get through the committee. And then it'll be back later in the week, if we can get this motion passed, that will enable the legislation to be given third reading later this week. And by doing that, Madam Speaker, the House will have gotten it through third reading and then enabled the Senate to be able to deal with the legislation in the last week of February and March 1, which then puts it into a time frame that would enable it to ultimately get the type of royal assent that would be necessary in order for it to be enacted into law. I would think, based on what it is that the legislation is actually doing, that the Conservatives in particular would support the legislation. Because the essence of the legislation is to put in a three-year extension. So it provides, in particular, provinces and jurisdictions to ultimately get things in a better state of readiness. So at the end of that period of time, that we're able to provide the type of services that are necessary. And that means, in good part, that there will be ample time for us to continue to have that dialogue and debate. and if there's a need to do and bring forward other things, whether it's private members' business or government business, Madam Speaker, that there are opportunities. But I suspect by passing Bill C-62 that a sound majority of the House will be content with the modernization, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, of the legislation. In one part, it kind of reminds me of the issue of the suicide crisis helpline. And I say that for two reasons. One is that some members often will make reference to how the legislation as a whole is enabling of individuals just to virtually have suicide upon request, which is just not the case, Madam Speaker. We know that is not the case. The members that say that know that it's not the case, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, you will still see members, some members, give that false impression. And I do find that to be somewhat unfortunate, because it is definitely misleading and does a disservice in terms of the legislation and the process that we have gone through, the thorough process. I can't imagine the number of hours. You're talking 3 digits and more of hours, Madam Speaker, of different types of discussions in many different forms. And to try to simplify it by saying, a suicide on demand, I think it does a great disservice to the legislation and to the law that we currently have in place, Madam Speaker. I remember someone telling me, and this is the reason why I bring up the suicide helpline, Madam Speaker, and someone indicated to me that, that there are people at times in their life that give it thought, and when they heard about the legislation, they made inquiries. And because of those inquiries, they were able to get the type of assistance that made things better for them, Madam Speaker. In other words, made legislation, even on occasion, I would ultimately argue, has actually saved lives. Well, Madam Speaker, a doctor in the House laughs at it. I don't believe it's a laughing matter, Madam Speaker. I think that the members should reflect in terms of all the debates and the discussions, and at the end.
Order. I would just ask members who wish to engage to please wait for it to be questions and comments to do that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I hope the doctor asks me the question about 13,000 people that were killed, and just the manner in which he had posed that particular heckle is very disrespectful. To go and try to get on the record, and I wonder if that's the general attitude the member actually takes. It wasn't that long ago he was in the House when he said the Ukraine trade agreement was woke legislation. He was the one that first sent up the red flag, and now in his insensitive way says, what is it, 1,300 killed, 13,000 killed, with a smile. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the individuals that were involved in those difficult decisions did not think it was a laughing matter. They did not.
And I just want to remind members, if they want to participate in the discussion, in the debate, that they should wait until it's questions and comments, whether that is through laughing, heckling, or making comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is disappointing. Disappointing that you would have someone that practices medicine talking about it in such a manner in which is disrespectful for the thousands of people that have very difficult decisions to make.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, these are not easy decisions, and the member opposite feels that these 13,000 just killed. Madam Speaker, you know, government puts in a great deal of effort in terms of getting things in a state of readiness so that we are able to provide the type of services that Canadians want and need. I make reference to the 988 suicide crisis line. And, Madam Speaker, some might try to give an impression that at the end of the day, it's just a 3-number digit, and all you have to do now is just say, we're going to have it, click your heels, and then it appears. The idea came up a number of years ago from what I believe a member from the Conservative Party that was being very genuine on the idea, and it doesn't take away from what other members, other associations, stakeholders were also talking about. And as a government, the minister responsible ultimately did the sharing and the networking that was necessary in order to be able to present to the House of Commons a program that ultimately received the funding that was necessary, and the organization working with the different provinces, territories, and different stakeholders that ultimately turned it into a reality. So today, the 988 number is live. And people that are having those suicidal thoughts can feel comfortable in knowing that by calling 988, that there's going to be someone at the other end in different languages, understanding and appreciating different cultures. Madam Speaker, that is something that I would suggest to you is a way in which the government can clearly demonstrate how things come to the government, ultimately actions are taken, and then something is put in place. The same principles have applied here. The Supreme Court makes a decision based on the Charter of Rights. The government brings in legislation, thoroughly debated, consultation, amazing consultation that had taken place and input on the legislation, hundreds of hours of dialogue, and ultimate legislation that comes and is passed by a majority, members of all political parties, and then ultimately put into place. It's a policy then that's administered, and at the end of the day, as I pointed out earlier, that there is at times a need for changes. We saw that need. One of them was amplified through the Quebec court. We make the change. We listen to what it is that the Senate was saying. The issue of mental health is something that was brought to the attention in a very significant way, Madam Speaker. This legislation, like the previous one, which delayed its implementation, this legislation, C-62, is going to continue that delay, Madam Speaker. And to that end, I believe, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, we will, in fact, have sound, solid legislation, and hopefully it will not have to be revisited. Time will tell us on that, Madam Speaker. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that members can appreciate why it is that the need for the programming of the legislation has been put into place, and why it is that the legislation is so critically important. It is indeed, I would suggest to you, a reflection in terms of what a vast majority of Canadians would want and what the different stakeholders are requesting by having that delayed for 3 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The decision to expand made in cases of mental illness was not a decision of the courts. It was a political decision made by these Liberals, and that is evidenced by the fact that the government's initial legislative response, Bill C-7, expressly excluded MAID for mental illness in response to the Cruchon decision, not an appellate decision, as the member said, but a lower court decision. But yes, the government should have appealed. But one of the things that we heard from experts are fundamental clinical issues, including the difficulty, if not impossibility, of predicting irremediability. It is part of the reason why there was a 1-year delay. It's part of the reason now the government is kicking the can down the road with a further 3-year delay. What evidence can the members cite that that issue is going to be resolved in 3 short years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure the member is aware of that the request for the extension is something that's actually coming from different jurisdictions. There are medical professions and provinces, for example, that have made it very clear indication that they're just not quite ready yet. Believing that if they had more of an extension, a little bit more time, because there's training that needs to be involved, possible accreditation. I don't know all the complexities of it. What I do know is that there's a genuine request for additional time so that the people that need to have the level of expertise are properly in place. So the best interest of Canadians is put first.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to medical assistance in dying, this government is no example of proactiveness. The Carter ruling, it took a long time after that to table a decent bill. And in fact, the bill was just a copy of a Quebec bill that didn't even respond to the goals of the Carter ruling. Now, that said, also on the topic of proactivity, when it comes to mental illness, we don't need a 3-year extension. A 1-year extension would suffice. But the government has known this for 1 year because this decision to further extend the deadline is based on the consensus of the Joint Committee. Now, why is it that when it comes to advance requests, the government has been doing nothing for a year? They've been dragging their feet, and they are basing their decision on the recommendations of the committee. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would disagree with the member in terms of the government dragging its feet. You can go all the way back to the Carter decision from the Supreme Court, and you'll find that it was actually Stephen Harper that chose to do nothing after the decision, and shortly after forming government in late 2015, we had initiated legislative draftings so that the legislature would in fact be able to deal with the legislation in 2016, where there was thorough discussions and debates in both in the different levels of reading plus standing committees, Madam Speaker. That's where I spent a good portion of my comments today amplifying that. The Conservative Party on the one hand, or some within the Conservative Party, want us to get rid of that the mental health component. The Bloc, on the other hand, are saying we're not moving fast enough. I think that the approach that we've taken as government is on target.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Cowichan, Mellahett, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is obviously a week when the House of Commons as a whole has to step up to the plate because we really only have 2 sitting weeks left on the parliamentary schedule until the March 17th deadline. But that being said, Madam Speaker, I think it's worth it for us to remember as to why we're here, and we have to go back to Bill C7 and the Liberal government's 11th hour and inexplicable decision to accept a very consequential Senate amendment to C7, which got us into this mess in the first place. Madam Speaker, they changed the law without having done the proper research, consultation, and ever since, it feels like we've been playing a game of catch-up. That's why Bill C-39 was necessary last year, and that's why we find ourselves in the same situation with C-62. So through you, Madam Speaker, is the Parliamentary Secretary prepared to accept some responsibility on behalf of his government and issue an apology for setting that arbitrary deadline and getting us into the mess that we now find ourselves in?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the question before him, the government was being accused of being too slow. Then my New Democratic friend is now saying that we were too quick when it came to Bill C7 and accepting not doing enough background work, implying being too quick. I think the Government of Canada, and I believe that the Government of Canada, when you take a look at the broader picture of the Supreme Court decision back in 2015, has brought forward very difficult legislation, and as it was demonstrated, it was not perfect legislation. Given the very nature of that legislation, one would have to be naive to think that there was never going to be a need to make changes, and that's one of the reasons why there were actually standing committees that were supposed to meet within the legislation, mandating those standing committees, because it's the first time we had substantive legislation of this nature.
Gentleman for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's almost 1 year to the day that the governing party proposed Bill C-39. I'm glad we are once again talking about rushing through legislation now to avoid extending medical assistance in dying for mental health. But the Parliamentary Secretary asked a really important question. He said in his speech, are we doing enough on these social issues? The answer is very clearly no. Because what this government is not doing is rushing crucial legislation to address the crisis of housing. They're not rushing through legislation to address legislated poverty for people with disabilities. And they're pretending that their commitment to a $4.5 billion Canada mental health transfer never happened. Why is this the case?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would challenge the member to show me a government in the last 50, 60 years that has been more progressive on social development than this Prime Minister and this government. Whether you're talking about taking seniors or children out of poverty and by the hundreds of thousands, to dealing with a wide spectrum of social issues, whether it's the child care benefit program, the many different senior supports that we've put into place, not to mention the enhancements, substantial enhancements of OAS, substantial increases in the GIS, especially back in 2016 when we first taken government. I think there's a long list. I could talk about the dental benefits program, Madam Speaker, the tax break for Canada's middle class. There's a whole list that I could actually go on, but you're not going to allow me enough time, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention today. He can be animated speaker quite like myself, but he took his time to be very selective in his words to properly represent his constituents and his view. What I found to be, and I'm just trying to say this and I'm already being heckled, I find, Madam...
Again, honourable members know that if they don't have the floor, if they haven't been recognized to have the floor, then they need to wait for questions and comments or their turn for debate, which will come shortly. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
What I found most shocking was when he was trying to deliver those remarks, the member from Cumberland Colchester immediately started heckling him and yelling at him. And it reminded me of the member from Cumberland Colchester on October the 25th in the Health Committee when he said, "Don't worry, Canadians, because when you're addicted to these opioids that this Liberal NDP coalition is giving you for free in this crazed experiment, what are they going to do? They're going to kill you." And now they're clapping. Now they're clapping at his comments on that. I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if
If people want to participate in the debate, they need to wait until the appropriate time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Deputy House Leader has to wrap it up. 7 seconds.
I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide his comments on whether or not he thinks that people that make comments like that should actually even be participating in a debate like this.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is disappointing to the degree in which such a serious issue, and you have a member of the Conservative Party being disrespectful to Canadians as a whole. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, by taking so lightly and by making light of a decision that is so difficult to be made. Well over 10,000 people, and he feels that it's okay just to label, well, they were killed. How insensitive can a person actually be, Madam Speaker? These are decisions of the greatest difficulty, and it's disrespectful the way in which the member behaved himself on the issue.
Yeah, I know that this is a piece of legislation that many are very passionate about. There are differentiating points of view, and I would hope that each side will be able to respect each other, whether they agree with what is being said or not. The Honourable resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
I'd like to seek the House's unanimous consent to split my time with the member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to split his time? Yes. Agreed? Agreed.
Excellent.
So the honourable member has 10 minutes for his speech and 5 minutes for questions and comments, and that will be the same for the next speaker.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting today to be able to follow that member across the aisle when we're speaking about a matter of grave importance. I find it absolutely fascinating in a very strange sense that the member opposite would suggest that somehow MAID has saved lives, when indeed 13,200 Canadians have died because of MAID. On top of that, we know that that is a 30% increase year over year. We also know that in California, with a similar population, if I have my statistics correct, about 450 people died because of MAID. MAID for mental illness presents a serious difficulty for all Canadians, and thankfully, Conservatives on this side of the House are ready to stand up for those who have mental illness and have suffered with it for a very long time. Madam Speaker, we know clearly from the DSM-5 that many conditions which, if Canadians were aware that they were classified as a mental illness, would find this legislation even more appalling than they do now. Because we know that over half of Canadians reject this terrible idea of MAID for mental illness. When Canadians think of mental illness, they think of things like depression, schizophrenia, bipolar illness, all chronic medical conditions with treatment available. But we also know in the DSM-5 for mental illness, which again, this reckless government, this reckless expansion of MAID is what is causing some of the major difficulties. Because, Madam Speaker, in the DSM-5 also classified as mental illness would be things such as substance use disorder, be things such as autism, both of which are chronic illnesses which I believe for Canadians specifically, they would find it appalling for this reckless government, this reckless agenda to suggest that Canadians suffering with substance use disorder are never going to get better. Canadians with autism who are never going to get better should be subjected to the MAID regime. And I think when you begin to look and understand the difficulties associated, again, with this reckless, costly coalition expansion of MAID, we also know that the 17 chairs of the departments of psychiatry from Canada's universities have spoken out specifically against this expansion of MAID. There's two things that are very important, and let's start with perhaps suicidality, which the member across did mention. And I guess the question then remains is how would an experienced or even an inexperienced physician, primary care physician or nurse practitioner be able to determine the difference between suicidality and a demand for MAID? And one of the things I think it's important, and the member across is right, I did practice as a family physician for more than 25 years. Practicing in an emergency room setting on a Saturday night when somebody comes in and they're suicidal is probably one of the most stressful things that you can possibly deal with. I think every one of my physician colleagues across this country would admit to that. We are incredibly well trained and we have incredible protocols for dealing with trauma, with stroke, with heart attack. But when somebody comes in with suicidal ideation, it is incredibly personal. It is situational. It is related to medication. It's related to family. It's related to every single and difficult relationship that they have in their lives. And if there's a physician out there who can guarantee me that when they go home after that shift on Saturday night or ends up ending on Sunday morning, and that they have told someone who is suicidal that they are okay to go home, and they know that that person is fine, that they don't worry about that decision, I would challenge them on that, because that, for me personally, Madam Speaker, as a physician, is something that created significant distress and angst. And it should, because what we're talking about, Madam Speaker, very clearly is somebody's life and their decision to end it or not. And what we have here is a regime put forward by the reckless and costly coalition to have people with mental illness receive medical assistance in dying, to be put to death by the state. The other part of that, of course, that's the suicidal part of it, which again, it can be an acute or it can be a more chronic condition. But it's the irremediable aspect of the mental illness that creates significant difficulties for this expansion and reckless and radical expansion of the MAID regime. And what does that word mean, Madam Speaker? It means, in basic terms, that the condition cannot be fixed, that the treatment that has been rendered is all the treatment there is, that there's no other treatment available, that the condition is going to be either to continue the way it is or to get worse in the future. And that is what irremediable means. So who's going to decide that? You know, there is a Canadian Association of MAID Assessors and Providers, and that group is staffed by family physicians and nurse practitioners, much to the opposite thought, if I can say that, to many Canadians who would think it'll be psychiatrists who will be determining if this condition is unfixable and chronic and all the treatment out there possible has been rendered. No, that's not the truth. At the current time, that decision will be rendered by two different either primary care providers or nurse practitioners. And I think that that is incredibly important, because we know that even the diagnosis of a mental illness is based on probabilities. Do you have this particular set of symptoms for this amount of time over another period of time? So it's not like high blood pressure where I could go and check your blood pressure. I have a concrete objective answer. It's not like diabetes where I do your blood work and we have a concrete answer that yes, your number is elevated and you do have diabetes, and here's what I'm going to do to help you with your diabetes. Mental illness is very, very different. And I think Canadians need to know that, and if they do already know it, they need to remember it. Madam Speaker, the other important thing is the terrible job that this costly NDP Liberal coalition has done with respect to access to health care in general, but more specifically to mental health care. Absolutely. We know that across this country, half of Canadians are extremely unhappy with their ability to access mental health. And we also know that the waiting time for adults to access a psychiatrist in most parts of this country is about a year, which then means very clearly, Madam Speaker, that primary care physicians and nurse practitioners are providing the majority of mental health care out there for Canadians, deciding which treatments are working and which aren't, when to increase medications, when to add on, etc. Very, very sadly, Madam Speaker, it's clear that for Canadians under 18, the wait time for mental health care access to a psychiatrist in Canada, more than 2.5 years. Yep. This system is atrocious. This Prime Minister stood up and promised 7,500 doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners to Canadians. And Madam Speaker, how many have we seen? I dare say almost zero. This terrible situation with respect to access to care is most acute when people are seeking mental health care. So as we begin to look at these difficulties, and of course, Madam Speaker, from this side of the House, we do not want this legislation to proceed. But once again, what we see is a government in panic mode who has no plan, who has no clear idea of what they're going to do or what they want to do or what they should do on behalf of Canadians. And here we are, we see ourselves multiple times at the 11th hour. We see senior government elected officials across the aisle saying, oh, well, we have to rush this through. We have to get it done on behalf of Canadians. But what they fail to remind Canadians is it's their fault that we've arrived at this situation in the first place. They didn't appeal the right decisions. They allowed decisions to be added on in the Senate, and they didn't make a decision when they should have on behalf of Canadians, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I would implore this House to understand clearly that Made for Mental Illness is not the correct path to go down. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
I'd like to thank my member opposite from Nova Scotia and fellow doctor for his intervention. This legislation puts a hold on implementing Made for Mental Illness. A year before the legislation will come into effect, they have to reform the committee to reconsider this matter, call the experts again. Do you think that in 2 years' time there's going to be any more of a consensus on this issue than there is at the moment? Thank you.
Is to address questions and comments through the Speaker and not directly to the member. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, I thank the member opposite from Thunder Bay Rainy River for his thoughtful question. And I think, as I clearly pointed out, Madam Speaker, that the assessments and providers have made are not suddenly going to be psychiatrists. We don't have enough access to psychiatric care in this country due to the terrible management of funds by this government opposite. So am I hopeful that suddenly that this is going to change in the next 2 years? Well, with the new government, I suspect that things will be better from a fiscal perspective. But in order to create more access to health care is going to take some time because of the mess that they've left it in. So am I hopeful that it's going to be better in 2 years? Absolutely not.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With all due respect for my colleague who sits on the Standing Committee on Health, I would ask him to reread the expert report. Quite sincerely, when I heard in his speech the people who suffer from mental disorders who are being killed by the state, recommendation 10, the requester must be evaluated by at least one evaluator with expertise in their condition. In the case of mental health, there has to be expertise in the condition and an independent expert from the care team and from the care provider. So we're talking about 2 doctors, and there's another one. The evaluator has to be also review the diagnostic and make sure that the requester is aware of all treatment options and that they've taken them into account. This has to be in the regulations that follows this act. How can he say, even though MAID for mental illness has to come from a request, it's not because you make a request that you're going to be eligible? Does he believe in the people who practice this profession? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester. I'd like to thank my colleague from Montcalm for his question. I think it's better if I reply in English.
Important, Madam Speaker, that Canadians understand that the vagueness of the language out there does not demand that it's a psychiatrist who's making this determination of irremediability. As I clearly pointed out in my speech, the majority of psychiatric care in this country is and has been delivered by primary care physicians over the last 50 years. Understanding that that is where the person will primarily receive their diagnosis, that they will receive multiple different treatments if they have an illness that is very difficult to treat. And again, many Canadians, especially those who are adults, will have more than a year wait to see a psychiatrist. So depending on psychiatrists to provide intervention alone with respect to diagnosis and treatment is failing in this country, and then to go on and expect that they're going to suddenly be made assessors is folly.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Mella, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from Cumberland Colchester had a couple of factual errors in his speech. The NDP voted against Bill C7's amendment that brought this in. We supported the member from Abbotsford, his Bill C314, and we support the majority report. So we have never been for this expansion. Let's just put that on the record. My question to the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, is we are at a moment in time in this week with an impending deadline where we can throw blame at the Liberals, and they are well deserving of it, or we can rise to the occasion and be the adults in the room, given that we only have 2 sitting weeks. My question to you, Madam Speaker, is which choice are the Conservatives going to choose? Are they going to be on the side of getting this bill through the House to the Senate in the correct amount of time?
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester, a brief answer.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, clearly we know that the NDP, part of the costly coalition, will continue not to support the needs of Canadians, and they will continue to vote with this reckless Liberal government on all things, which has led Canadians to be every month $200 away from insolvency, to have the greatest numbers of auto theft crime in the most recent history, and the chance to believe that they might do something right for Canadians, Madam Speaker, is almost zero.
A point of order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Come on. Not only is the member misleading the House yet again, but he is also not relevant at all to the subject matter at hand, which is something that is very important. And all parliamentarians should be respectful in the House, Madam Speaker, and I would ask that you...
So the Honourable Member knows full well that there is some flexibility when debating and answering questions. I find that the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby is actually raising points of debate. He may not like what was said. He can address that through speeches or through questions and comments. The resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Kawartha, for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always a true honour to stand in the House of Commons and represent the beautiful riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. I actually believe that today what we are talking about, which we have been talking about now, it's almost a year to the date, is one of the most important pieces of legislation that this Parliament will ever discuss and decide on. And if you don't know about it, I can promise you with certainty that it will either impact you yourself, if you're watching, or someone you know. What we're talking about is MAID, medical assistance in dying. Now, the Liberals have put forth this notion to extend MAID to people with mental illness. Yes, you heard me correctly. It sounds absurd, doesn't it? Because it is absurd. It is the worst message you can send to somebody who is in despair, that they are not worth saving. It is the worst message as legislators and policymakers that your life doesn't matter. I don't think I can name a person in this House who doesn't know somebody or they themselves haven't had their own battles with mental health. So for the government to say, we are going to put forward legislation that doesn't put more resources or money or time into understanding and better understanding mental illness, which includes substance abuse, where 22 people a day in this country are dying from overdoses. No, we're going to offer you MAID. This must disturb you. This must make you get up. This must make you speak loud. And I don't care where you sit on a political spectrum, this is the legislation that you should be deciding your vote on, because it is a huge statement to what we as Canadians stand up for. I want to read to you, to be eligible for MAID under the Criminal Code, a person must have a grievous and irremediable medical condition which is defined as a serious and incurable illness, disease, or disability that has led to an advanced state of irreversible decline and intolerable suffering. It is impossible to determine irremediable in individual cases of mental illness. Many experts have been clear that MAID for mental illness cannot be implemented safely. Dr. John Maher, a clinical psychiatrist and medical ethicist, said, and I quote, "Psychiatrists don't know and can't know who will get better and live decades of good life. Brain diseases are not liver diseases." And as my colleague, who's a medical doctor from Cumberland Colchester, has attested to multiple times, this is, you cannot say with certain what is going to happen to you. You don't know what tomorrow is. And I'm going to read you the most powerful letter into the record because I think it is critical for everyone to hear it. I also want to tell you that in February of 2023, so just a year ago, 30 legal experts from across Canada wrote an open letter addressed to the Prime Minister and Liberal cabinet ministers to dispute the claims that the then Justice Minister, who had repeatedly made that his government was bound by the courts to expand MAID and make MAID available for persons whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness. This is hard to comprehend because I spent hours trying to decide why. Why would you want to do this? And you know, my 14-year-old said to me on the weekend, "Mom, if you're in a state of mental illness or bipolar and you're in an extreme low, you can't make a decision that is right for you. That's the whole thing. You need help. And this legislation, you can, in that state, ask for MAID." What? In what planet does that make any sense? It doesn't. I'm going to read this letter into the record. It is extremely powerful. Kayla has been writing to me since this first came aboard, and she's been very vocal in letting me share her story, and I shared her original letter, and now that she knows they want to extend it, yet again, instead of throwing it out, she wanted me to read this to every member in the House of Commons. "Hello, Michelle. I am thrilled to hear that MAID for people with mental health disorders as their only condition will not be put into place next month. However, it is deeply disturbing to me that the Liberals think time to get this right makes it better. What will be the difference in 2027? They will still be offering death to people who may very well live long lives with improved quality of life. In my own darkest moments, I also thought things would never get better. I thought I would be sad and scared and hallucinating for the rest of my life. But they did get better, and offering MAID to people like me when in their worst moments is robbing them of the opportunity for things to get better. It is robbing people of the opportunity to receive help. It is robbing them of the opportunity to heal. It is also disgusting to me that death would be offered as a solution to people with mental health disorders when the resources for people with mental health disorders, at least where I live in Ontario, are in shambles. People are living on the streets with addictions. People are coming to myself to help them get help, knowing that I have been through my own dark mental health struggles, and I am at a loss for where to send them. Wait lists are long, and while I know of some early psychosis intervention programs, people who have been struggling past early adulthood have nowhere to go but the hospital, where they can't stay forever. I want to tell you about my dear uncle. He lives with paranoid schizophrenia. He recently hit rock bottom. He lived on the streets for over a year, and not for a lack of my family trying to help him. He almost died of pneumonia. Every time my family would take him to the hospital and try to get him help for his mental health, he would be released. Then he would get arrested and return to the hospital only to get released again. This went on for years. I understand a normal hospital doesn't have resources for him, but the point is, no one knew what to do. But back to MAID. This idea needs to be scrapped. Offering death as hope to people in mental health crises is despicable. Just because it is a needle does not give people more dignity. It denies the dignity that already exists in every single human life. Just because the government hands you the knife while smiling doesn't change the fact that you are handing you the knife to kill yourself. Our lives are not useless or lesser just because we struggle with mental health disorders, and it is time the current Canadian government started to believe that. Thank you, Michelle. Kayla. Can we please give Kayla a round of applause for her bravery? She has spoken up so many times about this and in genuine distress. And you know, I heard my colleague across the way, the Liberal member, I can't remember his riding right now, Winnipeg South, Winnipeg North, say that he, you know, struggled with this because it's so personal. And he said that this was the best, this is what his constituents wanted. And my question to him would be, I would like to see the data. I would like to see a referendum that this is what his constituents want. That they would rather MAID be offered medical assistance in dying than support, help, resources in understanding how the brain works, why the brain does what it does, and what is mental illness. I challenge him right here, right now, to give me that data. Because I can say with certainty, the families I know, the children I know that are on wait lists over 2 years long don't want to be offered death. They want hope, they want treatment, and they want solutions. And this is insane that we are even having this discussion. Well, we'll just extend it. And do you know what the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction said in this House? It's not a matter of if any longer, it's when. That's what she said. This is such a deep ideology that they can't even say, okay, all right, we get it. We heard from the 30 experts. We've heard from the people. This doesn't make any sense, and there's no science here. We'll pull it back. This was a mistake. There is no shame in admitting it was a mistake. We are here to make people's lives better, not worse. And absolutely, without a doubt, this message of, you know what? Yeah, it's not going to get better. So here, sign this paper. We're going to give you MAID. If you are watching, if you have voted Liberal and you are loyal, please, I plead with you today to look at this. This is the most disgusting piece of legislation that has ever been put on the floor of this House of Commons, and we must invest in mental health and treatment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
First of all, Madam Speaker, no government has invested more in mental health than under this Prime Minister and this Liberal government. What a joke coming across from the other way, trying to give an impression, Madam Speaker, someone that's is having a difficulty of having suicidal thoughts could just go to a place and get a rubber stamp saying here's a pill or here's an injection. That's just stupid, Madam Speaker. My question to the member, if she's so brave, why won't she come to any high school in Winnipeg North and have a debate on the issue with me? Will she accept that challenge? Come to Winnipeg North, let's have a debate, and let's invite a few people over in a high school. This way, we can't be accused of trying to make it lopsided one way or another. Will she come to Winnipeg North?
The Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
1,000%. I hope that he will pay for the plane ticket himself to send me there, and I will be there with bells on. I think what that member said, which is so disturbing, is that he said that their government has invested more in mental health than any other government. What a fallacy and an insult. I don't know who he's talking to, but I have seniors and family members and people calling me that are living on the street that are using a food bank. What do you think that does to mental health? When we have, 35 out of 38 in the OECD of teen suicide in this country, but they've invested the most. When you have a wait list of almost 2 years for a teenager who needs access to mental health, but they've done the best job. What about that $4.5 billion mental health transfer that was supposed to happen? Yeah. Where's that?
Where is it?
I'm sorry, but the stats speak for themselves. We have never been in a worse mental health crisis under that Prime Minister who divides people and makes them not want to live than that Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, Madam Speaker. It would have been good for the colleague to sit with us on the Standing Committee of Health, on the Special Committee, rather. I think she's confusing things. It's not because you make a request that you're eligible. And all experts, whether they're for or against MAID, have affirmed that you can be in a suicidal state and it can be reversed. So I don't see what the issue is. We shouldn't just be shaking things up for nothing. Someone who is newly treated and who is offered, well, first of all, we don't offer MAID. It's a request, but you're not eligible. And I would invite her to read the recommendations from the expert committee on this.
Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. I guess my response to that member is, why are you offering medical assistance to dying to somebody who has a mental illness when what they need is help? It doesn't make any sense. As I said, I can't reconcile those two things. It doesn't make any sense. And you do not know with certainty whether or not somebody is going to get better. Why would you put that into legislation to even make it an option? It doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there was a letter that was signed by 7 out of 10 provinces in all 3 territories that are asking the federal government for a delay. So the case is bolstered by those health ministers and ministers responsible for mental health and addictions. Now, we have a very tight timeline. We have 2 sitting weeks left until the law changes. And there's plenty of blame to be assigned, but this week we have to step up to the plate as parliamentarians. So through you, Madam Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague is, are the Conservatives going to support this programming motion 34 to get this bill to the Senate so that we have the time, because otherwise the law is going to change, and that is the fact that we're dealing with.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha, a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what a backward place we work in. Why are we even having this legislation? It shouldn't even have been here in the first place. So why are we expanding it when it shouldn't even have existed? Right. Like that, it doesn't make any sense. So now they're like, well, you know what? We only have so much time. We got to expand it because we shouldn't have put it in there in the first place. Are you going to support it or what? Like, what? It is such a backward place. If you hadn't have put this in place in the first place, you wouldn't even be here having this discussion. You should not be offering this legislation, period.
Yeah. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, let's I'll try to calm down a little bit here. Madam Speaker, in this debate, we see the government with its Bill C-62. They're basing their approach on the special panel, the special joint committee, and they're basing their amendments on that committee. The problem is that the government's been told that, well, the problem is that we shouldn't be putting off indefinitely the option for a person with an irremediable mental disorder for which no a disorder that no doctor has been able to treat in such a way as to alleviate the patient's suffering. And so ultimately, after 10, 20, 30 years, the assessor has to decide whether the person should be eligible for MAID or not. We would propose that the bill be amended. On the one hand, why take 3 years to do this when just last year people were saying it would only take 1 year to get ready to expand the scope of MAID? And the other criticism, the other fundamental criticism of the government is, of course, there was an election in 2015, and of course, there was the Carter decision, and the government and this Parliament enacted flawed legislation, very flawed legislation similar to what Quebec had passed a year earlier. But in Quebec, that legislation only dealt with end-of-life care for people with terminal illnesses. I have to say this again. When you're in a terminal phase of an illness, dying has already begun, and it's irreversible. And when you're in a situation of palliative care, it could be the case that there's good palliative care, like in the Cecilia Sanders case. This is something that supports a person holistically through to their ultimate death. It alleviates pain and suffering, psychological suffering. There can be support for the family, too, and loved ones in an environment that, as much as possible, is like a natural environment. So it is possible that all of a sudden, in that process of palliative care, a person could apply for MAID because the patient who's slowly dying suddenly one day is serene and ready to let go. And that, in my view, is not a failure. It could be seen as a success of palliative care. And I wish for all my colleagues, when they get to the point where they're near death, I hope that they can be at peace and serene, and we wish that for everyone. So Quebec did that, but the Carter decision suddenly shows up and says, Ms. Carter is not in the terminal stage of life-ending disease, but she was suffering. And the court was of the view that denying her access to MAID was an infringement of her right to life. And why was that? Because she would be forced to prematurely shorten her life, whereas if she had the option of making the determination, she could define what was the threshold of what was tolerable. And so C7 was tabled in response to that court decision. And when it was tabled, there was an additional element that was perhaps justifiable at the time, and that was that under the Carter decision, you couldn't have a complete ban on MAID. You couldn't ban a vulnerable group, a specific group, from access to MAID. It had to be a case-by-case decision. So it is possible that people with irremediable mental illnesses could meet the criteria. They'd have to go through a whole process, and during that process, you had to ascertain that the patient had never rejected a treatment that had a realistic chance of helping that person. But it is possible that there are people with mental illnesses that cause them intolerable suffering and for which the science of psychiatry can't do anything. And anyone who claims the opposite is not being intellectually rigorous. Psychiatric medicine cannot cure everyone. It's impossible. There is not a cure for every mental disorder, for every case. But there's a lot of paternalism in psychiatry. And this government, with its bill C-62, which is based on the Special Joint Committee's recommendations, the government has introduced in C-62 the fact that there's another recommendation from the expert panel that there was a consensus around. There was even a conservative member who voted along with the majority for requests in advance. So knowing that the deadline was going to be pushed back, there was a whole year in which something could have been added to the bill that would have covered people with dementia and Alzheimer's, those anticipatory requests or requests in advance. So why didn't the Liberals do this? Quebec has done it. There's safeguards, there's criteria. It's a very sound and robust system. And when it comes to these requests in advance, according to Ipsos, an Ipsos poll, the support for advance requests is 85%. In BC, 84%. In Alberta, 84% in favor. In Saskatchewan and Manitoba, 81% are for. In Ontario and Quebec, 87%. In the Maritimes, 81%. So there are other figures. They're all more or less the same, but this is a sample of 3,500 people. It's a sizable group of people, and people are in favor of these advance directives. Why did the Liberal government not speak to people in Quebec who worked on this? And why did they not hear the unanimous resolution of the National Assembly in Quebec? Once again last week that was repeated. Why have the Liberals not listened? Why are the Liberals so gutless when it comes to this? The last time they were gutless, that gave us C-14. And the real problem with C-14 is not a legal problem. The problem is of a patient who's suffering, and in order to meet the criteria of reasonably foreseeable natural death, they would have to go on a hunger strike. Or like Ms. Gladue, they would have to go to court to fight for their constitutional rights. Talk about a lack of courage. Talk about gutless. That's what I'm talking about. And in my view, Madam Speaker, my perspective is the perspective of patients who are suffering. The right to self-determination of patients who are suffering. Because when it comes to medical assistance in dying or MAID, there have been a number of steps that the patients have already had to go through, given the medical paternalism of bygone days. My conservative colleagues are so in favor of palliative care, and it is important. But in the past, there were heroics. There were doctors who would never give up on a patient because that was their duty. And so, and at a certain time, doctors thought they could save everyone, and they would never give up. They would go to extreme lengths to resuscitate people and keep them alive. But now patients can decline interventions. They can decline treatment. So why do we not have a bill today? Okay, we have a closure motion, basically, and we're not going to spend too much time criticizing that. But we know that March 17th is the deadline. We're not going to tear up our shirts over that. But we wanted a bill that respected the recommendations of the Special Joint Committee. So I'm still waiting for an answer from the government on that. Why is there this 3-year delay for mental illness? Why don't we do what the expert panel said, or the Special Joint Committee? So everything's being lined up. The recommendation of the Special Joint Committee was followed, but why can't we have? And there is a consensus across the country around these advance directives, but they're not tackling that yet. The Liberals are afraid of the ideology here, and there's a lot of demagoguery around this issue. But at some point, Madam Speaker, you have to be consistent. The approach has to be consistent. The Liberals know full well that the role of government is not to decide for the patient what's good for the patient, especially when it comes to such a personal and private decision as the patient's own death. It's not the government that's going to die in the patient's place, and it's not the patient's neighbor either. This is personal. It's an individual decision. We're talking about a free and informed decision, an individual choice. And if there are people who are afraid of things going off the rails with these advanced directives, well, look what's happening in Quebec. In Quebec, there's the act, which some would say is a bit vague, but the regulations bring a lot of clarity. And in the criminal code, there's a whole procedure surrounding these requests. That's where the safeguards are. And when it comes to mental illness or mental disorder, Madam Speaker, there are standards of practice. There was a committee a year ago that looked at the practical standards, and those were distributed among regulatory bodies in each and every province, the colleges of physicians and surgeons. So it seems to me that when there are clear guidelines, clear practice standards, and when the criteria I was referring to earlier are met, a person who's in a suicidal crisis cannot, Madam Speaker, qualify for MAID. I was looking for the precise reference. Here it is. So, a person is not eligible, and I need to repeat this because there's a lot of confusion I'm hearing around this. A person is not eligible for MAID even if they have a mental disorder and they're suffering. If they're in a suicidal crisis, they're not eligible. If they've recently been diagnosed, they won't qualify. I asked the psychiatrist this question: do you not think that in the current context of openness, opening made up to mental illnesses, do you not think that this could have some preventative effect? Because when a person commits suicide, nobody sees that coming. It's always a surprise. And usually when people commit suicide, they haven't been seen by any doctor. They haven't had any treatment. But if a person says to themselves, oh, MAID might be for me, I'm suffering, I'm going to raise my hand and I'm going to request it, well, that individual is not automatically eligible. They will actually have to be diagnosed and treated. Suicide is what's irreversible. When we asked that question, the chair of the expert panel, Mona Gupta, when we asked how many patients would have qualified, she said only 2 or 3. 2 or 3 patients from her whole practice would qualify, but they're people who were suffering. So when people say that there are inadequate resources in terms of assessors and the ability of an independent psychiatrist to make that assessment, well, a person with with an illness, a person who has cancer or so on, before anyone qualifies for MAID, their decision-making capacity is evaluated. That can be established. The assessor is able to determine whether the patient is capable of making that decision. And the Supreme Court quite clearly said that excluding those people is stigmatizing. It's not only stigmatizing, it's discrimination as well. Why should we be infantilizing and manipulating people with mental disorders, people for whom no treatment has managed to alleviate their suffering in their entire lives? So we in the Bloc, on the one hand, and I love debating with my Conservative colleagues, they're convinced, they operate on the basis of their convictions, but on the one hand, I have the Conservatives who are scaremongering, who are mixing everything up together, and you can quote a witness 20 times who said that this will be hard to put in place. Everyone agrees on that. It's tricky, of course. Nobody's hiding that fact.
Irremediability is difficult to assess. So there are a set of safeguards that have been set up in order to make that determination of irremediability. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to move an amendment, which is as follows: that the motion be amended at paragraph B2 by adding, after the words be deemed to have sent to a committee of the whole, and to add the words that instruction be deemed given to the committee so that the committee can expand the scope of the bill in order to consider provincial-made systems which can be applied to advance requests formulated by people who have an illness which will lead to them being unable to give consent, and by substituting the words deemed to have been studied by report without amendment with the words deemed to have been studied by report with the following amendments: that the bill be amended by adding a new section 241.21 to the Criminal Code, which would be as follows: eligibility criteria for MAID specific to advance requests. 241.21, the government of a province can determine the results of advance requests formulated by those suffering from a disease which would make them eventually unable to consent to care based on provincial legislation, and by substituting the words deemed adopted at report stage by deemed adopted as amended at report stage.
Oui. Sur ce, Madame la Présidente.
On that, Madam Speaker, I'm now ready to answer questions.
Faut que j'attende pour la motion. Monsieur Thériault, appuyé.
Mr. Thériault, seconded by Ms. Michaud, moves the following motion: that the motion be amended in paragraph B to A, by adding, after the words "be deemed referred to a committee of the whole."
Yes? L'amendement est...
The amendment is in order.
Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, it's interesting. You know, the member talked a bit about intellectual rigor in some of his comments, and he really conflated the demande anticipée with this particular bill on mental illness. And he also went on to say something about suicide, that suicide is easy to predict. I misspoke. It's not easy to predict, but it's sudden. These people have never had any health care. When clearly studies say that 30% of individuals who have died by suicide sought health care in 7 days, 16% within 30 days, and greater than 90% within 365 days. So I guess the question would be, Madam Speaker, is when he has no intellectual rigor with respect to his comments related to medicine and how it's practiced and the difficulties with irremediability and suicidality, why should we take his idea and say that anybody with mental illness should be able to be eligible for MAID?
The honourable member for Montcalm. All right, well, Madam Speaker, what I said, there may have been something lost in translation, but what I did say, Madam Speaker, is that suicidality is reversible, and experts agree on that, whether or not they agree on MAID. So it is reversible. So there shouldn't be any fear-mongering about that. Secondly, I gave the example of the fact that mental illness, if we were to make MAID possible for mental illness, then it could have a preventative effect. There are people who will commit suicide who are already experiencing suicidal ideation today. People who were never offered care by the system. We can't predict what will happen to them. Now, I'm not saying that the quote my colleague read is untrue. What I am saying is that there are some people suffering today and we won't see it coming. I do operate thoroughly and rigorously. He knows that very well, and there's no need for him to insult me in his questions. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member asked the question in terms of why it is the legislation is there, and I just want to amplify the fact that there are many regions of the country, I believe it's 7 provinces and others that are looking to be able to better get themselves into a better position to be able to provide the level of expertise and other issues related to it to have it in place. So we have stakeholders and provinces that are asking for the delay. That's the reason for it. The question I have for the member is specific. What does he think about the Conservative intentionally misleading Canadians to give a false impression stating that if you're thinking of committing suicide, you could just go and apply and the government will assist you in committing suicide? It is ridiculous. Yet the Conservatives seem to think that they can get away with saying that sort of outrageous things.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, that is exactly why I say that the government lacks courage. Faced with demagogy, the government prefers to go backwards. The government knows that by pushing this to 2027, they might not be the government that has to make a decision about MAID for mental illness. We could, however, extend the deadline by 1 year. And in 1 year, if we weren't ready, then nothing would prevent us from delaying for another year. But to decide today to delay to 2027 is letting conservative demagoguery win.
Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague, of course, is well aware of all of our work on the Special Joint Committee. We sat together on that committee from the beginning. In our recommendation of our most recent report, we put in that recommendation qualitative benchmarks, not any kind of a reference to a time frame, but more based on whether we had appropriate recommendations from departments and based on consultation with provincial, territorial governments, and also the Indigenous peoples of Canada. Similarly, in the letter that was received by the federal government from 7 out of 10 provinces and all 3 territories, there's more qualitative benchmarks in that the the ministers are asking for an indefinite pause based on, the further collaboration and consultation. Through you, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague, I know the Bloc has asked for a 1-year delay, but how do they reconcile that with the fact that so many are calling for these qualitative benchmarks to be established rather than an arbitrary timeline?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I already answered my colleague's question. I have already answered this question, and what I told him, I will repeat it, is that the committee did not deliberate for long enough. I would like to be able to ask questions of those who wrote that letter so that I can bring them on side with me and my position. We shouldn't be making a decision to have an indefinite pause. The NDP is a progressive party. The NDP feels that mental illnesses are totally linked to the capacity we have to meet demand. Meanwhile, when someone receives care, they can receive good care and still experience an irremediable condition. So why not do this work over 1 year rather than indefinitely postponing it? This is the Bloc's stance. We want to hear more witnesses. We want to ask more questions. We want to understand their claims that we should, in fact, keep this and postpone it indefinitely. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, medical assistance in dying is an incredibly sensitive topic. Each of us in this House has our own individual position on this. Now, the colleague was interviewed by Radio-Canada for the program Coulisses du Pouvoir and said that the conservative bad guys on the right were against advance requests and that they were blocking the House's work. That's incredibly false. We never opposed anything here on this side of the House. Can the member apologize for what he said to Radio-Canada, which was misleading?
I just want to remind members that the House is in session, and I'm sure that members want to hear what is happening here in the House as opposed to having conversations. So I would ask them to take their conversations outside if they need to have those conversations.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, since 2015 in this House, every time we've debated medical assistance in dying, the Conservatives have blocked it. So I understand that maybe the member is displeased to hear that. When we say that we all need to follow our own views and our own consciences, well, the consciences of each average Conservative is largely based on the conscience of the religious right. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm taking over from my colleague who didn't feel like asking a question, so I'm happy to ask a question in her place. Here's my question for my colleague. My colleague has worked on this file, and I believe he was sitting in Quebec at the National Assembly when they were debating this. Can he explain to us the differences between the two parliaments and the two states when it comes to MAID? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, Madam Speaker, as for the way of proceeding, the way of doing this work in these studies, a parliamentary commission in Quebec is organized in a very rigorous manner. Witnesses don't just speak for 5 minutes, accompanied by 3 or 4 other panelists on the same day. And sometimes some witnesses don't even receive any questions because other witnesses receive more questions. Our parliamentary commissions in Quebec, we have hearings for expert witnesses. Each witness has 50 minutes. It's day and night. It's incredibly different. The methodology in Ottawa is inadequate. So we do our work poorly, and we need to address that.
For a brief question, the Honourable for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member opposite. And I know this is a very important discussion that we're having on MAID being available for mental illness to people. So if somebody is in a certain mental state, obviously they're not considered to be of sound mind when they're trying to make that decision. Who would make that decision in their place to decide who avails of MAID and who don't? And And that part of it is what I have a problem with. For somebody else to be able to make that decision, it'd be almost like you're trying to cleanse society. Would you agree that the members should be of sound mind to make the decision themselves when they're deciding on MAID?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm, a brief reply. Well, I'm not sure that the question was well asked. This decision is, of course, the patient's. The patient makes a request for MAID, but then at the patient won't be the one making the final decision. Assessors make the decision, the treatment team as well, and an independent psychiatrist who is independent of the care team and independent of the person who will administer MAID. And there will also be a prospective assessment rather than a retrospective assessment. There are all sorts of safeguards in place so that a good decision is made.
I just want to remind members as they're starting to come in preparation for question period, if they want to have conversations, to please take it out into the lobby. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahatlang for resuming debate, and I will have to interrupt him at some point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to also inform the Chair that I will be splitting my time. I know I only have about 5 minutes before this time allotted for statements by members, so I'll be brief. Today, we're not debating C-62, we're actually debating Motion 34, which is a programming motion to get it through the House of Commons, and we're having to resort to a tactic I don't often like to use, but time is forcing us to do this, Madam Speaker. If we do not act, and by us I mean the House of Commons and the Senate and the Governor General, if we do not have this bill into royal assent by March 17th, the law is going to change. And essentially, that is something that many experts have expressed an extreme amount of discomfort with. There's a lot of professional discomfort. We have seen also from our provinces and territories who are very uncomfortable with the pace of change that is going on. What C-62 is going to do is delay the implementation of MAID for persons who are suffering from a mental disorder as a sole underlying medical condition. It's going to further kick that can down the road until 2027. It also has a legislative requirement that the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying is reconvened in advance of that date, and hopefully that committee will have the time necessary. But, Madam Speaker, we as parliamentarians have to step up to the moment, and I'm particularly speaking to my honourable colleagues in this House of Commons. There is plenty of blame to be assigned to the Liberals, and trust me, I have given my fair share. We are in this situation because of an ill-advised 11th hour amendment to Bill C-7 in the previous Parliament. A bill that the government's original charter statement had presented a reasonable argument against the expansion of MAID to people who had mental disorders. And then when that bill went to the Senate, they inexplicably accepted a consequential amendment that brought us to where we are today. Last year, Madam Speaker, we had to quickly pass Bill C-39 because, again, we weren't ready for the deadline then. That kicked the can further down the road by 1 year. And now we find ourselves in the exact same position. I'm suffering deja vu like a lot of my honourable colleagues are, where we now have to force this legislation to kick the can down the road by another 3 years. I feel like, Madam Speaker, I am caught between two forces right now. It is the ineptitude of the governing Liberals for putting us in this position, and between a Conservative Party that seems to just want to cause chaos in this final week. And, Madam Speaker, this is a moment when the adults in the room need to step up to the plate. There is plenty of blame to be assigned, but we cannot work around the deadline and the fact that we only have 2 sitting weeks left to us. We're still at the second reading stage of this bill, and that's why this programming motion is necessary, Mr. Speaker. That's why we need to step up to the plate and make sure that C-62 is through the House of Commons by the end of this week, because then it still has to run the gauntlet in the Senate, and who knows what's going to happen in the red chamber, but that is something for the government to figure out. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is coming to an end. One thing that's really good about this motion is that there is a requirement that the Standing Committee on Health be convened on Wednesday. It's going to allow members of that committee to question either, I think, the Minister of Health or the Minister of Justice, and also have 2 hours to speak to witnesses. But honestly, we need to come together as a parliament and make sure that we get this through. It is further bolstered by the fact that none other than 7 out of 10 provinces and all 3 territories sent a letter to this federal government asking for an indefinite reply. These are signatures of ministers of health and ministers responsible for mental health and addictions, essentially the departments that are responsible for oversight of the whole medical assistance in dying regime. We have to listen to those incredibly important voices. We have to listen to their expertise. We have to honor what they are requesting in this letter. So I ask my honourable colleagues, step up to the plate, be the adults in the room. Let's get C-62 passed through the House of Commons this week. Thank you.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Remaining when debate resumes.
Moving to statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member from Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the Spring Festival, I wish all Chinese Canadians a very happy, healthy and prosperous Year of the Dragon. As one of the luckiest animals in the Chinese zodiac, the dragon offers hope for good luck and health over the next 12 months. I take this opportunity to recognize the important contributions that the Chinese Canadians have made and continue to make for the socio-economic development of Canada. Arriving about 160 years back, Chinese Canadians worked hard in the mines and building railroads. Today, with their knowledge and expertise, Chinese Canadians immensely contribute to our technology sector to keep Canada at the forefront of the knowledge-based economy. I also recognize that the Chinese heritage has enhanced the rich multicultural fabric of our wonderful country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Peterborough, Kawartha.
This past weekend, I shared a heartbreaking Facebook post. I reached out to Dave and Susan Gerard and asked them if I could share it here in the House of Commons, and they replied, yes, please. Here is some of the post, as I don't have time to read it all. After a long battle with addiction, our 28-year-old son, Ryan David Gerard, died of a drug overdose on February 8, 2024. Beloved son of David and Susan, dear brother of Mitchell, cherished grandson of Ted and Betty Maker, and David, deceased, and Dolores Gerard. Our family would like to speak the truth about his death. Silence would mean Ryan's death was in vain, but if one person's life is saved by his story, I would tell it over and over. Fentanyl and opioids are terribly addictive substances, and unfortunately, addiction is a disease that has no cure. Ryan loved animals, water sports, hockey, and soccer. And when he was young, he was above average academically and athletically, but drugs stole his soul. Mr. Speaker, we must fight against these drugs that are killing 22 Canadians a day. It is our job to do better.
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, February is Black History Month, and I would like to say thank you to all the members of Black communities that are making a difference every day in my home of Scarborough Centre. Over the past several years, I have had the opportunity to visit and work with the C Centre for young Black professionals. They are doing such important and impactful work focused on youth workforce development, education, and advocacy. Another group making a difference is Ogotawa, which helps gifted, underrepresented, underserved, and underemployed artists of African descent male a living from their art. I would also like to recognize the Heritage Skills Development Center and its Executive Director, Charity Lebana, who do a lot of important work to recognize and celebrate the many cultures and communities that call Scarborough home. Let us celebrate Black excellence this month and every day of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, a Jerome institution has passed away. Robert Bob Vernet will have left his mark, both figuratively and literally, on generations of local sportsmen and women. He was a scorer, a timekeeper, and an unconditional fan of everyone who played in front of him, and he refused to show preferences. For him, everyone was a champion. For over half a century, in field hockey and baseball, Bob Burnett was the man who dedicated himself and always went the extra mile. He crossed generations, and it wasn't uncommon to see him scoring for players whose parents or even grandparents' games he had marked. Honored many times, in 2012, he received the Prix Henri Descarnelles for the Lawrence Athletes Association and recognition of his remarkable involvement in various sports associations. He'll be appreciated by all. He leaves a great void behind him. Mr. Vermette, you will not be forgotten. The Honourable Member for Vimy.
Today, as I rise in this chamber, I am filled with profound gratitude and joy as I pay tribute to my beloved spouse, Jerry, on his 70th birthday. 70 years of life, love, and resilience. Behind every committed elected official stands a pillar of unwavering support, and for me, that pillar has been Jerry. Through the highs and lows of public life, his steadfast love and encouragement have been my guiding light. As we celebrate this milestone, I am reminded of the sacrifices our families make, the late nights endured, and the moments missed. On this special day, I extend my deepest gratitude for his unwavering support, love, and sacrifice. May this milestone birthday be a celebration of life well lived, filled with joy, love, and countless cherished memories. Happy 70th birthday, Jerry. You are the rock of our family, and we are so lucky to have you.
The Honourable Member from Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today I want to recognize and thank those who support me in the work I do representing the good people of Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River. First, the many volunteers who consistently give generously of their time. Although too many to name, they know who they are. Second, my team members, both at home and here in Ottawa, that do the hard work behind the scenes every day. For me, that is Dion, Hunter, Lene, Emily, and Cindy. And most importantly, though, Speaker, my family, both my immediate and extended family, who are always there for me. Mr. Speaker, it is always great to have the opportunity to show visitors around this place and to see the awe on their faces as they walk around. These last few days, my wife Lori and I have enjoyed having our family here, most of them for the very first time. It has been great to have Kent and Rebecca, Alex and Sam, Nicole, Washington, and their boys Nathaniel and Eli here with us. Unfortunately, my son Mac and Hannah were not able to come. Speaker, I ask all members to join me today in thanking those who support us in the important work we do in this place.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, with federal funding and federal leadership, we are changing how cities approve housing projects with a greater focus on higher density housing, student housing, homes near transit, and affordable housing. We are going to get more homes built for Canadians at prices they can afford. Last week, I was proud to represent the Government of Canada at an important announcement in the great city of Charlottetown. Through the Housing Accelerator Fund, the Government of Canada and the city announced that they had reached an agreement to fast-track 300 housing units over the next 3 years. This work will help spur the construction of more than 1,000 homes over the next decade. I have every confidence that these numbers will be surpassed based on the uptake of developers to the suite of federal programs available, including the GST rebate on rental properties. My community is ready, willing, and able to do its part to address the housing crisis. With this agreement, our government is unlocking new opportunities for growth in Charlottetown. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, in June 2020, a movement was born in Hamilton, Ontario, in response to the murder of George Floyd. Sisters Ashley, Abigail, and Alexandria Montague, born and raised in my riding of Hamilton Mountain, felt compelled to take tangible action to support and uplift their community. They leveraged their considerable talents to unite and promote Black businesses in Hamilton through a platform they call Black Owned. What started as a seed of an idea on Instagram has blossomed into a full-fledged organization to support Black-owned businesses now across Ontario, with training and networking and partnerships with organizations and schools. Our government is also supporting Black-owned through targeted programs for Black youth, helping the Montague sisters expand and connect even more Black-owned businesses. They are the embodiment of excellence we celebrate during Black History Month, and I encourage everyone to visit blkowned.ca
Another Hamilton success story.
Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
The Prime Minister's Arrive scam app isn't worth the cost, and it's absolutely not worth the corruption. First, the Arrive scam app was supposed to cost $80,000, but it ended up costing at least $60 million. We say at least because no one knows for sure because of the complex web of corruption engaged in. But wait, it gets worse. $12 million went to well-connected Liberal insiders that did no work. And speaking of no work, it actually didn't work. In 1 month alone, 10,000 people were sent to quarantine that didn't have to be quarantined. And today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer says there was a glaring disregard of basic management. They can't even manage their corruption properly. What we know for sure is this. The Arrive scam app is not worth the cost, and it's not worth this Prime Minister's corruption.
The honourable member from Halifax West.
February 19 is Heritage Day in Nova Scotia, a day I'm proud to have played a role in creating in law in 2013. This year we honour Petty Officer William Hall, the first Black person, first Nova Scotian, and third Canadian to receive the Victoria Cross for Valour and Bravery. His heroic actions as a crew member of the HMS Shannon are well documented, and I'm looking forward to attending the commissioning ceremony for the new HMCS William Hall, named in his honor this spring. To mark Heritage Day, I'm distributing family activity packs, joining Friends of Clayton Park's event at the Canada Games Centre, supporting 2 free community skates at St. Margaret's Centre in Upper Tantallon, and at the BMO Centre at Gary Martin Drive. Profitez-vous bien avec vos...
Take advantage of the time with your loved ones, and I wish you a happy Nova Scotia Heritage Day.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, Arrive scam has officially arrived as the next big Liberal scandal. In a damning report, the Auditor General stated that this Prime Minister's Arrive Cam app wasted millions of dollars because of corruption and incompetency. Here are a few highlights from the report. The government had a massive multi-million-dollar contract based on a missing and potentially fictional proposal. The app cost at least $60 million, or at least we think so. It could be way more. They don't know. What we do know is that they lost track of $12 million. If that doesn't paint the picture for you, imagine a contract being signed while shady contractors and lobbyists are lobbying government officials. It's incredible. These Liberals have a complete disrespect for taxpayers and taxpayer dollars. This app should have cost $80,000. Instead, it cost $60 million. These Liberals are not worth the cost, and they are definitely not worth the corruption.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
After 8 years, this Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost or corruption of his Arrive scam app that we didn't need and didn't work. The Auditor General found this app was the worst NDP Liberal mismanagement she has ever seen. An $80,000 app turned into a $60 million scandal at least. It's impossible to determine the actual cost thanks to this Prime Minister's complex corruption. At least $12 million went to Liberal insiders that did no work. This Prime Minister continues to demonstrate him and his Arrive scam app are not worth the cost or corruption. The SNC-Lavalin scandal saw strong women getting kicked out of the caucus for standing up to his corruption. The WE scandal saw another minister take the fall for this Prime Minister's family getting paid off. As the RCMP continues their criminal investigation, another cabinet minister could get thrown under the bus to cover up this Prime Minister's crime, chaos, and corruption. After 8 years, Canadians cannot afford any more of this costly, corrupt Prime Minister.
The honourable member from Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to outline my support for Bill C-49, amendments to the Atlantic Accord, which has many opportunities for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and Nova Scotians. The government of Newfoundland and Labrador has led offshore oil and gas in this country for decades. Now they are looking to lead offshore wind energy in North America. We might be a small province, Mr. Speaker, but we are an innovative province, one that is ready to move forward with good, environmentally sustainable energy projects. This is the opportunity of a generation to lead in offshore energy in Canada, creating nearly 30,000 skilled trade jobs and a stable economy at home. I am disappointed that the Conservatives are against this bill. The last time Conservatives tried to axe the Atlantic Accord, royalties, benefits, and jobs for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians was under Stephen Harper in 2006. It is quite obvious, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives don't support Atlantic Canada.
The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the city of Timmins has lost a political icon. Mayor Victor M. Power has gone to the Angels. Nobody loved Timmins more than Vic. He started out as a high school guidance counselor, and Vic brought those skills and concern for people in public life. And the thing about Vic was that he knew everybody. He knew your family history and the name of every cousin and nephew. Now, of course, Vic couldn't have done it without his loving wife, Clarice. They were the ultimate power couple. She knocked on every door during the election. She was the hostess who made you feel welcome, and Clarice brought class, culture, and pride to our northern city. Vic first ran for council in 1966. He gave the city 4 decades of public service and oversaw the transition from a roughneck mining town to a regional center of business, health, and education. He set a standard that politicians at every level should want to emulate. On behalf of Canada's Parliament, we mourn the loss of Vic and thank him and Clarice for their dedication to the North and the people of Timmins.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, today I'm delighted to welcome to the Hill guests who are particularly important to my riding. I'm talking about the young members of the 953rd Aviation Squadron from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Their involvement and constant presence in my community is solid. Founded in March 1995 by Mr. Robert Ledoux, 70 cadets already answered the call, and the president at the time, Mr. Serge Roy, left us too soon, but he still took part in the squadron's first flight. His legacy will live on forever in the shared memories of its members. The 953rd Squadron stands out in many ways, whether it's in sports, shooting, or summer camps. Excellence is not an option. It's constantly assured. Its members are also extremely involved in the community. I'm honored to be able to count on such a dynamic squadron in my region, and I wish these members a most rewarding visit to Parliament Hill. Thank you.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Death, taxes, and Liberal corruption, 3 things that are certain in Canada after 8 years of this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister wasted $60 million on an app that was supposed to cost $80,000, that didn't work, that didn't keep anyone safe, and that erroneously forced 10,000 people into quarantine. It cost 750 times more than they said it would. The corruption runs deep beyond just the wasteful, self-righteous Big Brother policies of this Prime Minister. Here's what the auditors had to say. A glaring disregard for basic management, insiders setting the terms, $12 million on well-connected consultants that did no work on this app. At a time where Canadians are struggling because of this Prime Minister's costly incompetence, ArriveScam should have been dead on arrival. With this Prime Minister's app, there is no one left to blame. He should look in the mirror or face Canadians who know he is not worth the cost and he is not worth the corruption.
The honourable member from Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today as my riding of Cape Breton-Canso recovers from one of the heaviest snowfalls in recorded history. I remain very concerned for those in my riding who still require assistance, in particular our seniors and other populations in need. But let me be clear, the snowfall is an ongoing challenge for Cape Breton and northeastern Nova Scotia, and our government is acting on it. We've provided boots on the ground to dig out homes, helicopters to transport evacuees and supplies, and heavy equipment to clear the snow from our communities. Now, we continue to support the province and municipalities as they lead recovery operations. I also wish to thank the many people, Mr. Speaker, who volunteered their time toward helping their communities. From sports teams to heavy equipment operators to Team Rubicon and our own Canadian Coast Guard cadets, we thank you for everything you've done. In times of crisis, Mr. Speaker, our people are truly stronger together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister could have followed our common sense plan to fix the budget, stop crime, and so on, but instead he decided to waste $60 million when Canadians can't afford food or rent. And this was a scandal, the ArriveCan app that we didn't even need, which falsely sent 10,000 people into quarantine and enriched Liberal cronies. Isn't it true that that app was not worth the cost, just like the Liberal government is not worth the cost? The Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Minister, rather. Mr. Speaker, we've read the Auditor General's report. We've accepted her recommendations. The only thing I agree with my colleague opposite on is that anyone responsible for managing taxpayer money must follow strict rules. The rules in this case were not followed. We accept the recommendations to make sure this never happens again. And, Mr. Speaker, we will always remain responsible when it comes to taxpayer money. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. So he's going to punish those responsible for this scandal? It should start with the Prime Minister himself. He should have had the courage to stand and defend himself rather than hiding behind another. This was an app we didn't need. It forced 10,000 people into quarantine when they shouldn't have. It enriched contractors who did nothing. They did no work and simply offered members of the Liberal government whiskey. That's simply not worth the cost. Before we hear the answer, I just ask everyone to please remain a bit more quiet so that the Speaker can hear the questions and the answers. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we thank the Auditor General who we are in favor of her recommendations around ArriveCan. Many of these recommendations have already been implemented. Others will be shortly, including new measures to guarantee that deliverables are clearly identified in procurement contracts. We will continue to ensure that contracts awarded by our government are done so in a responsible, open way.
Crisis of doubling housing costs and 22 million people forced to food banks, the Prime Minister could have followed our common sense plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Instead, he blew over $60 million on an Arrive scam app that we didn't need, didn't work, sent 10,000 people erroneously into quarantine, losing income. All the while, the thing costed 750 times more than the Prime Minister promised. Won't he stand up today and admit that the app is just like him? It's not worth the cost. It's not worth the corruption.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows very well that the moment there were allegations around cost overruns or inappropriate contracting practices, the Canadian Border Services Agency immediately began an internal audit and made the appropriate referrals to the appropriate authorities. We take the obligation to manage taxpayers' money very seriously. Under no circumstances would we condone what the Auditor General determined to be contracting practices that did not follow the rules, and anybody who didn't will be held to account.
Absolutely. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, if he wants to hold someone to account for the Arrive scam, why not hold the one person who had the authority to create the Arrive scam and who had the authority to stop the Arrive scam, and that's the Prime Minister of Canada. He is the government. This was a government program we warned wasn't needed, wouldn't work, and now we know it went 750 times over budget. 75% of the contractors did no work at all, but they did buy whiskey and other treats for the top Liberal government officials. Again, won't the Prime Minister admit the app is just like him? Not worth the cost, not worth the corruption.
The Honourable Minister for Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from Public Safety said earlier, we would like to thank the Auditor General and welcome her recommendations on the Arrive Can application. Some of that report recommendations have already been implemented, some will soon be implemented, including the introduction of new measures to ensure that tasks and deliverables are clearly defined in future professional services contracts. We are committed to continuing to ensure that contracts are delivered in a fair, efficient, and transparent manner.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And again, the Prime Minister is hiding under a rock, refusing to stand up and explain himself after he blew $60 million on this Arrive scam while Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. This scam involved taking money that could have been used for border security, like scanning the 99% of shipping containers that go without any inspection from our ports with stolen cars, not to mention other things that Canadians could have done with that money. Instead, it stuffed the pockets of 75% of the contractors who did no work. Again, will the Prime Minister admit that the Arrive scam is not worth the cost and not worth the corruption?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the Leader of the Opposition would mention investing in border security when his government cut 1,000 officers that did the exact kind of work that he's now pretending he wants to invest in, when they eliminated 50% of the intelligence capacity in the Border Services Agency to work with local, provincial police and the RCMP. So, Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to take in investing in border security from somebody who gutted the Border Services Agency.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. For La Prairie, rather. Sorry. It wasn't perfect when Quebec introduced medical aid in dying, but some people were suffering, so we focused on the elements where there was a consensus. We wanted to move things forward. That was the humane approach, and that's the approach that's lacking today in Ottawa. There's a consensus both in Quebec and in Canada. People suffering from things like Alzheimer's should be able to make advance requests. Why not move forward on the basis of that consensus instead of kicking the can down the road until 2027 at least? Do patients deserve to be abandoned until 2027? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, MAID is a profoundly personal and complex situation. I respect the work that Quebec has done in the advance request area. Canadians deserve clear standards about what is criminal and what isn't. People should... There's an exception for Quebec on this issue, and we will be working with Quebec in the run-up to the next steps. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. By accepting this motion to postpone MAID until 2027, these three parties are abandoning patients. They refuse to respect the consensus in Canada. But what about the consensus in Quebec? Quebec is ready. Quebec wants to allow advance requests. The National Assembly is unanimous on this. They want advance requests. And Conservative in Quebec agree, but these Conservatives here don't care because for them, Quebec isn't important. When will the government listen to Quebec and authorize advance requests? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Since the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, when we dealt with MAID, we took a cautious approach. We tried to balance individual autonomy with protections for vulnerable peoples. We've taken a prudent approach, and we want to treat these issues in a thoughtful way after consulting Quebecers and Canadians, and that's what we will continue to do. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Garbage decisions. The Auditor General found that the Liberal government wasted almost $60 million on the Arrive Can app that no one uses and doesn't even work. All at a time when Canadians are struggling to put food on the table and pay their rent or mortgage. Why are the Liberals so
Colleagues, I'm going to ask if, as I'd asked at the beginning of question period, if you could please keep your comments to the time that you have questions so I could hear the honourable member ask a question and also to hear the honourable member answer a question. The honourable member from Burnaby South from the top, please.
I think the Conservatives were upset that I forgot to mention their scandals with the Phoenix pay system and Deloitte. They also have their own scandals to worry about. I should have mentioned that as well. But let's talk about the garbage decisions of this Liberal government. The Auditor General found that the Liberals wasted $60 million on an app, the ArriveCan app, that no one uses and doesn't work. All at a time when Canadians are struggling with their groceries and their rent. Why are the Liberals so obsessed with making rich consultants richer and so out of touch with where Canadians are at?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we said earlier, we are grateful to the Auditor General for her report, which was important and timely. We have accepted all her recommendations. Some of them have already been implemented over the last few weeks. Some are being implemented. We look forward to more opportunities to work with her so that we make our procurement system as transparent, equitable, and fair as Canadians expect it to be.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The honourable member for Burnaby South. The Auditor General found that the Liberals had wasted at least $60 million for work that the public service could have done. People are unable to afford food, and these Liberals, who are out of touch with reality, are throwing Canadians' money out the window. Why are the Liberals so obsessed with making private consultants rich? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we obviously thank the NDP leader for his question. We share his concerns about the need to manage taxpayer money appropriately, and what the Auditor General identified were circumstances that were not at all appropriate, and that is why people at CBSA and PSPC have taken steps, the necessary steps, to ensure that this type of situation never recurs. We will always remain focused on managing Canadians' money well.
Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister's Arrive scam was supposed to cost taxpayers $80,000, but it was confirmed by the Auditor General that it in fact cost more than $60 million. And after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, we know that he's not worth the cost, and he's definitely not worth the corruption. And this process was so corrupt that his favorite company of two guys in a basement, GC Strategies, got to write the contract for themselves to the exclusion of everybody else. And we know they did no IT work. That's been confirmed, but they got paid $20 million for their trouble. So will this Prime Minister just admit that he's lining the pockets of insiders at the expense of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, just because our colleague repeats a series of allegations that are not borne out by the facts does not make them true. Absolutely. The facts are, Mr. Speaker, the very moment that there were allegations of inappropriate contracting practices, an internal audit was begun by the President of the Border Services Agency, and referrals were made to the appropriate authorities, including the RCMP. Anybody who did not follow the contracting rules, Mr. Speaker, will be held to account. My friend knows that, and he shouldn't ascribe a series of responsibility where it doesn't exist.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Canadians want us and expect us to ascribe responsibility to the individual responsible, and that's this Prime Minister. This app was supposed to cost $80,000. It cost more than $60 million. They've been under RCMP investigation by the Procurement Ombudsman, by the Auditor General, and the results so far are damning for this government, that they've lined the pockets of insiders while Canadians are lined up at food banks. It's absolutely unacceptable that the cost overruns have seen $20 million go to a company that did absolutely no work on the app. Why are they putting their friends ahead while Canadians suffer?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague responsible for public safety just said, this misinformation and disinformation is completely unacceptable. what was known was that the border had to be closed and that billions of dollars worth of international trade were at stake. What we heard from the Auditor General this morning was that the situation was unacceptable, so we need to work hard on making sure that things are done properly in the public service of Canada.
The Prime Minister's ArriveScan app is not worth the cost or the corruption to Canadians. Today, the Auditor General informed us that ArriveScan, an app that was supposed to cost $80,000, will now cost Canadians a minimum of $60 million. It gets worse. Due to documentation that the AG says was deleted or destroyed, it could be more than $60 million. Wow. She doesn't know who worked on ArriveScan, if the work was fulfilled to requirements, or if it was even completed at all. So why did the Prime Minister rig the process so that insiders get rich and taxpayers foot the bill?
The Honourable Member for Public Security.
Again, Mr. Speaker, repeating the last part of my honourable friend's question does not make it true. Nope. What is true, Mr. Speaker, is that at the moment contracting practice irregularities were identified, the Border Services Agency took all of the steps appropriate to determine exactly what were the facts and to hold those responsible to account in the case that that's necessary. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General identified a series of contracting practices that were not followed. The government does not condone that behavior and has taken all the steps to make sure that those circumstances don't repeat themselves.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Every word I say is true, and that member knows it. The Prime Minister's ArriveScan app is not worth the cost or corruption. Contractors were paid over $1,000 a day, even though 18% of the invoices for these contracts had no supporting documentation. So we don't even know if the contractors completed the work. GC Strategies pocketed almost $20 million and yet completed no work themselves. It gets worse. They wrote the requirements for the $25 million contract that they won. Simple question for the Prime Minister. How is he going to get our money back?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Auditor General identified some contracting practices that were clearly not followed. Mr. Speaker, under no circumstance is that an acceptable circumstance. Governments have responsibility to manage taxpayers' funds in the most effective way possible. That's why we have accepted all of the Auditor General's recommendations. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, is the Border Services Agency and the Procurement Department had already begun to act to put in place a number of oversight measures before the Auditor General's report, and we look forward to fully implementing everything that she suggested.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Sables. The Prime Minister's ArriveCan app is not worth the money. It's not worth the unjustified cost. It's not worth the lack of expense justification. It's not worth the blatant lack of accounting practices. And it's also not worth the 10,000 people who were quarantined without justification. According to the Auditor General, the Prime Minister's ArriveCan app is not worth the minimum $60 million paid by Canadians. It's not worth the corruption. Does the Prime Minister realize that? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In times of crisis, the Government of Canada has two responsibilities. One is to provide for people's safety and security, and the second is to follow their internal processes. And there were tens of thousands of Canadians who died in the pandemic. There was billions of dollars worth of international trade at risk, and the borders had to be closed. And so the Auditor General has made some findings about unacceptable mismanagement by people at CBSA. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Sables. Almost all Liberals voted against this investigation by the Auditor General. The app was supposed to cost $80,000. It cost and ended up costing at least $60 million. The Prime Minister's app is not worth the cost, the 750% cost overrun. GC Strategies, a two-person company that did no IT work, got $20 million, and the CBSA was unable to tell the Auditor General who chose to hire and pay GC Strategies. Does the Prime Minister realize that it's not worth the cost or the corruption? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the COVID crisis in 2020, there was $1 billion worth of trade at stake. There were people dying every day in hospitals and long-term care. The government had to act quickly. In spite of that, the lack of information sharing and financial practices by CBSA was unacceptable, as the Auditor General reported this morning. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Auditor General's report on the ArriveCan app is catastrophic. It cost $60 million, almost $20 million of which was pocketed by GC Strategies, and they did absolutely no work. The government turned a blind eye to this, and contractors clearly profited from this with the help of government officials. This $60 million scandal was initially estimated to be a contract worth only $80,000. How is it possible to have a cost overrun of 750% without any minister getting involved? The Honourable Minister. 150,000 travelers per day cross the border, and CBSA had to deal with this. There was also food and medications that needed to cross the border. So we needed an app quickly to allow these people and goods to flow. And in spite of all that, CBSA failed to take appropriate steps to manage all of this. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Auditor General showed that the call for tenders for ArriveCan was not competitive. But she couldn't say who at CBSA decided to choose GC Strategies. So there was no way of knowing who was responsible. And while a company of just 2 people pocketed $20 million for doing nothing, why hasn't this individual been identified and held to account? When it comes to ArriveCan, accountability will arrive when? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, in our view, accountability is extremely important, and that is precisely why, as soon as we were informed of these allegations of irregular contracting practices, we took the necessary steps. We did an internal audit, which is still underway. We took corrective steps where necessary, and we read the Auditor General's report immediately today, and we will follow through on everything she's suggested. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. ArriveCan cost $60 million, but that's not even clear. According to the Auditor General, the true cost is impossible to calculate because of CBSA's poor financial record keeping. But she does know that 18% of the providers gave no details with their invoices. So we don't know who did what. She also knows that 4 out of 5 resources for evaluating security couldn't prove that real work had been done. How is it possible that no one in the government sounded the alarm before this became public knowledge? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think this demonstrates how important it is for the public service to do their work properly, even in moments of crisis like we went through with COVID-19. It's true that there was a danger that billions of dollars were being lost on a weekly basis in economic activity. People lost their jobs and their lives because of COVID. But that is what led to the information from the Auditor General this morning.
Saskatchewan. The 2 insiders at GC Strategies worked with the NDP Liberal government to set the requirements of ArriveScam contracts, which GC Strategies then got. In other words, the process was rigged. The government massively overpaid for this $60 million glitchy app because the process was rigged. It was rigged so that GC Strategies got $20 million from taxpayers and did no actual work. After 8 years, it's clear that this Prime Minister's Arrive Scam app is not worth the cost or the corruption. Why did the Prime Minister rig the process to pay insiders and punish taxpayers?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, my colleague can repeat a series of things that the facts don't bear out. What we can say, Mr. Speaker, is that the government takes extremely seriously the obligation of public servants to follow the contracting rules. That's exactly what the President of the Canadian Border Services Agency has assured me that she's doing. And she's also assured me that she's taken a series of corrective measures before today's Auditor General report and will continue to do whatever is required to ensure that taxpayers' money is always handled in the appropriate way.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, everything I said is directly in the Auditor General's report. So the Minister can't claim he's listening to that report and yet deny what I said. Well-connected insiders average $1,100 per day for working on this contract. Wow. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. The Prime Minister's Arrive Scam process was clearly rigged, and now Canadians are out tens of millions of dollars when they can least afford it. Why did the Prime Minister rig the process to pay insiders and punish taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Again, Mr. Speaker, when the Border Services Agency was made aware of allegations around inappropriate contracting practices, the appropriate authorities were called in. An internal audit was ordered, an audit, by the way, which is still in progress. And, Mr. Speaker, if people did something that was not appropriate or met a criminal standard, they will obviously be held to account. The government has been very clear. All of these processes to respect taxpayers' money are essential, and that's exactly what we're going to put into place.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost or the corruption. The Prime Minister's Arrive Scam app is not worth the cost or the corruption. Today, the Auditor General revealed that well-connected insiders and consultants were making $1,100 per day, almost twice the inflated government rate. The auditor also found it disturbing that an app that should have cost $80,000 cost $60 million that we know of. Why did the Prime Minister rig the process to pay insiders and punish taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we thank the Auditor General for her important report, which not only we took great gratitude to see this morning, but we have followed many of the recommendations that we find in that report, including improving evaluation requirements and work experience data, increasing record keeping on subcontracting work, and suspending authorities temporarily for task authorizations until we are confident that better procedures are not only put into place, but also better monitored.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, unbelievably, the Liberal government has authorized $28.5 million of new military exports to Israel since October. Today, a Dutch court ruled the Netherlands must stop spending F-35s to Israel. Spain and Belgium have suspended arms sales, but Canada continues to send arms, doing nothing to ensure that they are not being used against civilians. So many children are being killed as Netanyahu bombs Rafah, the place where Palestinians were told they'd be safe. How can the minister continue to sell arms to Israel?
The Honourable Minister for Global Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to make sure that we understand what we're talking about here. There's a wide range of items that require an export permit. When we look at the permits to Israel in particular, let me be clear. I have not received and therefore have not approved any export permits of weapons to Israel since October 7, and any permits issued since October 7 were essentially non-lethal permits. Canada has a very robust export control system. We abide by the UN Arms Trade Treaty, and we take this responsibility very seriously. Thank you.
Good job. L'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Harmful content are costing children their lives. In December, a 12-year-old boy in BC died by suicide after experiencing online sextortion. Sadly, this is becoming more and more common, and this government has done nothing. Liberals promised to protect our kids from online harm within 100 days of the last election. Well, they do nothing. Kids' lives are at risk. When will the Liberals start protecting children by acting on online harms?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the targeting of children in this country is extremely troubling. It is depraved, and frankly, I find it disgusting as a parent. What the member opposite is highlighting is a problem that absolutely requires a remedy. What we are proposing is comprehensive legislation that will do everything necessary to keep Canadian children safe. Safe from those who would prey upon them in online spaces, safe from those who would keep them away from their parents and the protection that they need. That is the type of protection we will legislate, and we will do it forthwith.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the war in Gaza has been devastating for so many innocent Palestinians. Gaza is one of the worst places in the world to be. While we were the first Western government to actively provide life-saving aid, the silence from the party opposite has been deafening. Can the Minister of International Development please tell us how important it is that we all come together and support efforts to get aid to those desperate civilians who have been devastated by this war?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, the war in Gaza has been devastating to so many innocent Palestinian civilians. That is why our government has provided more than $100 million in humanitarian aid, making us one of the top donors in the world. I was recently disappointed to hear comments made by the Conservative candidate for York Centre saying that any and all aid to Palestinian civilians will somehow fund terrorism, even through the Red Cross. So while the Conservatives are indifferent to Palestinian civilian suffering, we will remain steadfast in supporting humanitarian support to Palestinian civilians.
That is nonsense, and you know it.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, please is an experienced member and understands that the people who have the floor should be talking. The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, 2 words for this government: jaw-dropping. Today, the Auditor General revealed that the Prime Minister paid almost $20 million to GC Strategies for his Arrive scam. This 2-person consulting company working out of their basement performed no actual IT work on the app. This amount is double what the government previously reported. Will the Prime Minister admit that he rigged the system to pay well-connected Liberal insiders while fleecing taxpayers?
Terrible, terrible. The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a time of crisis, a responsible government has 2 responsibilities. First, to protect the health and safety of its citizens.
Yes,
Second,
exactly.
to ensure the efficiency of its internal system. What we know from COVID-19 is that a daily cost of $1 billion in economic cost to Canadians occurred every day. What we also know that hundreds of people were dying every week. But at the same time, this is no excuse for the type of recommendation and finding that the Auditor General deposited today, and that's why we are going to continue to implement.
The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, as outlined by the Auditor General, the pandemic urgency can never justify corruption and oversight failures outlined in this report. The awarding of contractors favor GC Strategies, securing almost $20 million without competition. The CBSA's disregard for basic management practices compromised accountability, competition, and value for money. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. Will fleeced Canadian taxpayers get their money back?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that a global pandemic and the rush to put in place a series of measures to protect the health and safety of Canadians does not exclude public servants from following the appropriate contracting rules that are in place. So, Mr. Speaker, we agree with the Auditor General when she says that those rules were not followed in a way that was acceptable, And Mr. Speaker, as we've said, we're putting in place, and we already have put in place, a series of measures to ensure that this circumstance is never repeated again.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, today we found out about the Auditor General's disastrous report on ArriveCan. This confirms that there was a scandalous lack of oversight and transparency. In his mandate letter, the former president of the Treasury Board was supposed to, and I quote, raise the bar for government openness, efficiency, and transparency. The member for Quebec was responsible for auditing spending on these contracts totaling millions of dollars. Will the former president of the Treasury Board apologize to Canadians for having failed in his duties? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement, Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for reminding us of the importance of responsible government. A responsible government protects the health and safety of its people, especially in a crisis like COVID-19, which is the worst crisis in a century and the worst economic crisis since the 1930s. We had to act swiftly to save hundreds, thousands even of lives. But despite that, we find that the Auditor General's conclusions and findings are unacceptable, and next time we will have to do better. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the Minister that he was President of the Treasury Board of Canada. It was his responsibility to ensure that public funding was properly managed. Now, during that period, during the pandemic, 23 companies received hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts. Businesses which were not named, they were listed as companies A, B, C, D, and so on the government website. I raised this issue in committee in 2021. Today, we've received confirmation that there was, I quote, blatantly disregarded basic management practices. Can the former president of the Treasury Board admit that he failed in his duty to protect Canadian taxpayers' money? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the duties of the Canadian government at the time was to ensure that the border with the United States would remain open for hundreds of thousands of Canadians transiting the border every day, and billions of dollars in equipment, food, medications, that would continue transiting through as well. That was why we created ArriveCan, so that the United States, led by President Trump, would not fully close the border, because we needed all those things and people going through the border, and that was important in my riding and in the riding of my Conservative colleague.
Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président, tout le monde.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, everyone can see that the Liberals have been irresponsible when it comes to immigration. But they can change. They can start mending fences today. They can support the Bloc Québécois motion to consult Quebec in order to review immigration targets based on intake capacity. They can also send a clear signal immediately with a single stroke of a pen, Mr. Speaker. They can write Quebecers a cheque for $470 million to pay for the intake of asylum seekers since 2021. Mr. Speaker, will the government finally reimburse Quebecers? The Honourable Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that the member across the way agrees with me that immigration is an indispensable resource for Canada, for Quebec, and for our economy. What the member is proposing is a motion that Quebec wasn't even consulted on, and now the member is acting as spokesperson for other provinces. Even though we consult with those provinces annually, we have made responsible decisions, and we will continue making responsible decisions with responsible governments. Well, the Liberals, they don't want to face reality when it comes to immigration. Quebec's immigration capacity has been exceeded. It has been exceeded in particular because of the federal government's inaction on asylum seekers. Since 2021, our public services and community organizations have been shouldering a completely disproportionate share of the responsibility for receiving asylum seekers. Quebec is doing too much, while all other provinces except Ontario are doing too little. Will the federal government finally call on the provinces that are not doing their fair share? The Honourable Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Minister. Well, there are two provinces doing more than their fair share, Ontario and Quebec. Quebec has done a lot of work to welcome asylum seekers, those who arrive at the Trudeau Airport and those who arrive at Roxham Road. But we have transferred $5.2 billion to Quebec since 2015. Half of that funding is from our government for temporary housing. We will do more, and we can work together.
Eagle Creek.
Earlier today, we learned that the Prime Minister's Arrive Scam app was not worth the cost or the corruption. The Auditor General found a glaring disregard for mismanagement practices. The process was rigged from the beginning, which appears to be business as usual. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxpayers are paying a high price for Liberal insiders, and Canadians want answers. Will the NDP Liberal coalition come clean with Canadians or continue the cover-up?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Again, Mr. Speaker, far from cover-up, this government has cooperated with parliamentary inquiries that are looking into this matter. Our government proactively sent internal audit reviews to a parliamentary committee, and the Conservative chair decided not to share them with the members. So, Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to take on acting in a transparent manner. We have said from the beginning that any allegations of inappropriate contracting practices need to face the most severe consequences. That's exactly what this government will do.
The Honourable Member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, this from the minister responsible for clam scam. After 8 years, it has never been clearer. This Prime Minister's Arrive Scan app is not worth the cost or the corruption. Rules were ignored, the government overpaid, and Canadians are kept in the dark. The system is so corrupt that only this Prime Minister could have thought it up. The rot starts at the top. This NDP Liberal government is trying to cover it up. Will this coalition allow the study of Arrive Scam to continue, or will they shut it down to keep their buddies safe?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague refers to the work of a parliamentary committee. As I said in the previous answer, our government has collaborated at all times with the parliamentary committee. Mr. Speaker, the president of the Border Services Agency, at my suggestion, sent a copy of the preliminary internal audit to the committee. The Conservative chair decided not to share it with the members because it might somehow prevent them from asking a series of partisan questions to bureaucrats who were there to appear before the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, we have been transparent and will continue to be at all times.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government's incompetence, here's some more evidence that they're not worth the cost or the corruption. Get this, the ArriveCan app had a starting budget of $80,000 and it ended up costing over $60 million. That's 700 times more expensive than anticipated. Mr. Speaker, what was there in between $80,000 and $60 million? Well, bogus invoices paid out of the pockets of Canadian taxpayers. Can we find out who received all this money? This is a scandal of epic proportions. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the scandal would have been if the Canadian government hadn't taken its responsibility of protecting the health and safety of Canadians, including in the riding of Lévis-Lotbinière, where hundreds of people's jobs depended on effective, efficient, rapid transit between Canada and the United States. $1 billion in trade every day. But despite that, the Auditor General's recommendations this morning are cause for concern, and we will continue to work on them and address them over the upcoming weeks. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, economic indicators in Canada seem to indicate that Canada is in an enviable position faced with the rest of the world, but some Canadians are still concerned about affordability and about the economy. Can the minister tell us about some recent economic successes and what they mean for our overall growth? The Honourable Innovation Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent question. Yes, Canadians are concerned currently, but there are some important economic gains that will be significant and positive for Canadians. For instance, last month, our economy created 37,000 jobs in Canada. Unemployment is going down, and women's participation in the labour force has hit record highs. We have also made generational historic investments in biomanufacturing, in natural resources, and in other industries. Canada is positioning itself as an economic leader of the 21st century.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And what else isn't worth the cost? The Prime Minister's $60 million ad scam app. What started out as an $80,000 app is now at $60 million, and the Auditor General can't confirm that it won't go higher. Taxpayers do not get value for the Prime Minister's $60 million ad scam app, as the Auditor General has stated. Will the Prime Minister come clean and tell us how much taxpayers are going to be truly fleeced for his Arrive Scam app?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, our government has, at the very first opportunity when these allegations were made, taken all of the appropriate steps to ensure that taxpayers' money is respected. The Border Services Agency President ordered an internal investigation. Those preliminary findings were shared with the committee, for which my honourable colleague is very familiar. It's too bad that the chair of that committee chose not to share, for example, that report with the members of the committee. Our government is being transparent and will always be to ensure that taxpayers' money is well spent.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton West.
Speaker, it was that minister's department that hid the RCMP investigation from the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, it was also his party that had those documents on Wednesday, and what did they do with it? They filibustered and then voted to excuse the witness. So it's very clear this government, every chance they get, will cover up the Arrive Cam scandal. So, quick question. What is the government trying to hide? When will it truly come clean on Arrive Scam?
Here. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the government is interested in the utmost transparency in this matter. That's why the President of the Border Services Agency and her officials appeared before the committee. That's why, Mr. Speaker, an internal investigation was ordered. My colleague referred to a referral to the RCMP. It may surprise him, but it's not politicians that direct the operational work of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, so we can't speak to what exact investigations are being done. We have full confidence that they will hold those to account in the case that that's merited.
The Honourable Member from Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, parliamentary committees have been investigating the cozy relationship between government officials and highly paid insiders. Documents tabled at committee show that the two-person in a basement firm GC Strategies were hosting dinners and whiskey tastings for the same government officials who were given multi-million-dollar contracts, all while government officials were getting mighty high bonuses. Can the chair of the mighty Government Operations Committee inform this House when the committee will next meet and when we will get answers for all Canadians?
The Honourable Chair of the Government Operations Committee.
Mr. Speaker, this Wednesday at Government Operations, it estimates the Auditor General will be appearing on her ArriveCan audit. Given today's report, we will be ordering the past and present Ministers of Public Safety, Procurement, Health, and Treasury Boards, past and present, to answer for ArriveCan mismanagement and waste. GC Strategies, who we now learned were paid $20 million, will be issued a summons ordering their appearance. The committee will call every witness and compel every document to hold the government to account on ArriveCan.
The Honourable Member from St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, like many people across this country, I have been deeply disturbed by attacks.
Honourable Member from St. John's East. I'm going to ask members, please, to allow the chair to hear the questions and the answers from all members. The Honourable Member from St. John's East for the top, please.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, like many people across the country, I have been deeply disturbed by attacks from the premiers of New Brunswick, Saskatchewan, and now Alberta on vulnerable 2S LGBTQ+ students who are looking for privacy, dignity, and a safe place to be who they are. Far too often for this group, home is not a safe place. To the Minister of Employment Workforce Development, what can our government and people that believe in inclusion do to fight this discrimination?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Since Danielle Smith took to social media to threaten the privacy, the safety, and the dignity of queer and trans students, I have spoken to countless individuals who have told me how terrified they are about the discriminatory actions taken by the provincial government. I have one message for every person in Alberta who believes in the inclusive and equitable province that we know it is to be. What they need to do, Mr. Speaker, is call the silent Conservative MPs in this room, call the MLAs in Alberta, so that we can kill this bill before it gets to the floor of the legislature.
The Honourable Member from London Fanshawe.
Out-of-touch Liberals show time and again that they don't have the backs of brewery workers. Liberals are set to drastically increase the tax on beer in April. This will hurt breweries, small businesses, restaurants, and their unionized workers risk losing their jobs. Workers deserve better. Will the minister listen and reverse her decision to increase costs on those who are already struggling to keep their doors open?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
I'm really glad to have a question about Canadian workers and Canadian jobs, because it gives me a chance to share some good news that we got on Friday. The Canadian economy in January added 37,000 new jobs. That means we have 1.1 million more jobs than we had before COVID hit. Unemployment fell to 5.7%. And you know what? That is lower than it was at any time when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister.
Wow. The Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Hazim is a member of my community with family members trapped in Gaza, including his brothers, sister, and mother. Like so many, he worries he won't be able to get them to safety, because unlike Ukraine, this government has imposed an arbitrary cap of 1,000 people who can qualify for special immigration measures. Worse still, other countries like Iceland have been successful in getting family members out in 2024, while Canada hasn't. What is the minister doing to compel Israel to allow Canadian visa holders to leave Gaza?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is inaccurate that we have been unable to extract people from Gaza in 2024. We have a unique program, unique in the world, to get family members of Canadians out from Gaza. It has yet been unsuccessful because of uncooperation from local authorities at the Rafah gates. We urge them to help us in getting those people across the border. That said, I have asked my department to review the humanitarian terms of the program to make sure they are complying with our obligations without compromising the security of Canadians. We will get people out, Mr. Speaker.
And so brings us to the end of oral questions today. I see the Honourable Member from Edmonton Manning, who is rising on a point of order.
Find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House condemn the Prime Minister's past comments.
So, I'll ask the Honourable Member from Edmonton Manning. I heard at least on 3 occasions no. So I'm going to ask all colleagues who are going to be leaving this chamber, please, if you can carry on your conversations outside of the chamber. Alors, je demande à tous les députés.
So I'd ask all members who will be leaving the chamber.
All right, everybody, that's the end of that. I am going to shut this down, and then I'm going to restart back up with the Arrive Can committee from today.
To the demand for unanimous consent. I see the Minister for Women and Gender Equality rising on a point of order. So then I hear colleagues, order, please. I'm going to remind members that when there is an opportunity for the House to consider points of order on unanimous consent motions, it is very helpful for members to ensure that they have asked and sought unanimous consent, at least from the House officers, so that we could negotiate. It's not a rule, as the honourable members pointed out, but it's a very good practice so that members' time, which is very, very valuable, is being best used.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Two members rise, one a minister, and I see that there was no unanimous consent. I see other people rising on an order, and I am going to go to colleagues. We saw on 2 occasions members rise and immediately shouted down with no. That is an indication to the chair that there is not unanimous consent. It's also an indication to the chair that there has not been negotiations and discussions beforehand to try to make these unanimous consent motions adopted. I see the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see...
I'm hearing again no's from several members. I see the member from Regina Capel rising on a point of order, and I'm certain as a House officer he has sought unanimous consent. The honourable member.
I move that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice.
I hear no and shaking of heads from other House officers here. Colleagues, we have a couple of votes afterwards. I know you all have business to do, but if this is the way that members would like to continue going, we will run through this. I see the honourable member from Barrie Innisfil who's riding on a point of order. I'm also hearing no agreement for points of order. The honourable member from Charleswood, Headingley, St. James, Assiniboia.
I'd like to seek you.
I also hearing no. My goodness, I thought this was Wednesday. Colleagues, I'm going to continue recognizing the members who are rising, but I would ask members who have not negotiated or who have not sought some arrangement that it is in your interest to do so, so that we don't waste time. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon is rising on a point of order. I hear that there is no agreement for unanimous consent. The honourable member from Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that the House call.
I'm afraid I'm not hearing that. The honourable member from Yorkton, Melville. I'm also hearing no from the House. The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similican Nicola. I also see the honourable member from Yorkton, Melville. Please, if I could ask you to take your seat. If I could ask the member to take her seat. Colleagues, ministers. Colleagues, gather yourselves, please. We are not being inspirational to the people who might be watching us from home. The honourable member from, I'm afraid, from Okanagan, Central Okanagan, Similkameen, and Nicola had a whole bunch of no's already with the last time I raised it. I know the honourable member was speaking at the same time. The honourable member from Parry Sound.
This one is inspiration.
I'm hearing no. The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
I have a point of order, Chair. I have a point of order.
During question period, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh did shout that the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan was lying. That is unparliamentary language, and I believe if you verify with the proceedings verification officers that they will be able to confirm that the member did conduct himself in an unparliamentary way, and he should withdraw and apologize to this House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, for rising on that point of order. I don't know if the member from Windsor-Tecumseh would like to take to his feet. If that language is unparliamentary, I will certainly take a look at it. But if the member wants to get up and preempt the work of the Speaker, it would certainly be appreciated. The honourable member from Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, if that in fact was the case, of course I do retract that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you are reminding all members that as a sign of respect to this Parliament, you need to circulate motions for unanimous consent in advance to all members. Not a single Conservative did that for the UCs that they're presenting today.
It's coming from you, Peter. It really is.
I thank the honourable member. It is good practice in which to do so. The honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
Responding to that point of order, Mr. Chair, I would remind the House that the Chair has ruled in the past that on unanimous consent motions, when it is clear that if a member is seeking unanimous consent and there is no consent at that time, there is no obligation for the House to listen to the entirety of the matter at hand. Thank you.
And I thank the honourable member for that supportive statement. The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the December be Christian Heritage Month.
I'm hearing no from the honourable member. I see the honourable member from Lakeland is rising to her feet.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House call on the government to axe the quadruple carbon tax.
I am hearing no from several members. I would like to remind the honourable member. I'd like the honourable member from Lakelands to not only please listen to the good advice from the member from Calgary Nose Hill, but please out of respect to the chair. The honourable member, St. Albert, Edmonton.
Noting its resolution of June 12, 20...
Hear that there is no unanimous consent for this. The honourable member from Saskatoon University.
Yes, there was another attempted arson at a church on the weekend, Mr. Speaker, and if you seek unanimous consent, you will find...
I hear that there is no unanimous consent. All right. It being 3:20, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion of